that it's such a blessing uh, to teach through Zoom. I teach one of the classes where we have people from Japan, from Australia, from US, from India. So that's that's so nice. So I would like to welcome you again, and I want to thank Heather for giving me the opportunity. Pranayama is my love as far as teaching goes. Because when I started learning yoga back in 1994, the very first lesson of yoga was pranayama for me. So, and then the second lesson the next day was meditation. So for first 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I didn't even know that yoga had anything to do with the postures. I also want to tell you something very interesting, that I lived about a mile away from Krishnamacharya, who is, alongside of BKS Iyengar. He was BKS Iyengar's teacher also. I lived a mile away from him in Chennai, which used to be Madras, but I never knew what yoga was. I came at the lotus feet of yoga, like they call it in India, through my health problems. So I was in a really, really bad shape when I embraced yoga, or yoga embraced me. So I'm going to, today, going to share some things with you, which I had changed a little bit of my sequence to make it more effective for the vocal yoga program. So this will have, this will give you also some idea as to how you can utilize some of the pranayam, and how pranayam in general, when you don't think of singing or any other voice things that you're doing, you will understand why is pranayama so important for life itself. And a lot of people, they call yoga, I teach yoga, pranayama, and meditation. According to me, and I come from India, my first teachers were from India and then here, we do not separate yoga from pranayama or meditation. Yoga is inclusive of pranayama, and yoga is inclusive of meditation. So I always want to bring that up so that in future somebody asks you, why did I say that? You have a reason for it, because if you go through the 8 limbs, pranayama is the 4th limb and meditation is the 7th limb. So it's all inclusive. So let's, I do 2 things in the beginning. One is that I always ask everybody to chant with me, Om. You may, if you want, you could unmute yourself, or you can leave yourself muted. And then I'm going to chant 2 mantras, and I'm going to read the meaning of those 2 mantras so that you understand why we do that, okay? So I would like you to sit straight with the back upright. Close your eyes, okay? Breathe in and chant Om. One more time. One last time. Then I'm going to chant Gayatri mantra, and I'm going to chant Sahana Bhavatu. So Gayatri mantra, I will chant it. You may listen. If you know the mantra, you can say along with me. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. The second mantra is Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Vunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahi Tejasvinam Vaditamastu Mahavidvishavahi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. The meaning of the first mantra is, oh, you will use the word God. O God, the giver of life, remover of pains and sorrows, bestower of happiness, and creator of the universe, thou art most luminous, pure, and adorable, so we meditate on thee. May thou inspire and guide our intellect in the right direction. So for doing anything that's connected with yoga or anything auspicious, we try to read this mantra because we are praying to the cosmic power, the Almighty, that give us the intellect, but give us the intellect so that we can use it in the right direction. So that's the meaning of the first one. The second mantra is always chanted whenever in India, whenever there is a interaction between the teacher and the student. So here what that means is, may He, the Almighty, protect us both, the teacher and the student. May He nourish us both. May we both work together with great energy. May our study be enlightening and fruitful. May we not hate each other. Om, peace, peace, peace. There is something that says here, may we not hate each other. So anytime there is a conflict, or there is even a thought of conflict between the teacher and the student, both the teacher and the student will not achieve, in my opinion, the knowledge that the teacher intends to share and the student wants to receive. So we always chant these two mantras. So you may take it in any way you would like to, but this is something I like to do it because of the my teacher's preferences. Okay. So I'm going to sometimes read in between because I changed the sequence. And I also wanted to give you the best of the best, okay, of what I know and what I know connected with the vocal yoga part from my end. You know, the rishis mean the scientists. So the rishis in India, the yogis we call them, they used to be also helping people in their spiritual aspect of life and also in their health aspect of life, because it's all connected. So whenever people will come, they will look at them and they will see how people are breathing or how they're sitting and so on. So they could almost tell people in a pretty much a correct manner, saying that, hey, somebody's breathing like, so what are they going through? They're a little stressful. And if somebody comes in, they're breathing pretty well, so they know that there may be some other type of situation. And also those yogis, they used to do most of the experiments on themselves. So they will also, when they are doing the yoga, as they followed it from generations to generation, they will also experiment on them. Let's say I'm teaching you Kapalabhati Pranayama. How many of you have been practicing pranayama in some or the other way in yoga? Okay, very good. Most of you, right? Okay, good. So what will happen is they will experiment, which I have done myself too, and that's how I refined my teaching over the years. So they will refine and then they will teach. So slowly and slowly, their students will add few things to their teacher's teaching or their guru's teaching. Okay. So this is one of the things that I would like to mention. And then, like Heather was mentioning yesterday, uh, human beings, and it was really wonderful for me to know that it's the whales also that can voluntarily change their breathing pattern. So when the yogis saw people with their breath, the way they were breathing, they felt that they're in a different mindset. They're in a different, maybe they have some sort of issues, they have some sort of disease. So they started working just the opposite of that. So they started experimenting with how to breathe, which breath does what to the body. And that's how my teachers tell me that the pranayama may have evolved slowly and slowly. So it's something that, pranayama is one of the keys in the singers. And that's why you will find the singers living a very good life in the long run if they don't get into other things such as drinking, such as, some of you know what I'm talking about. So they will have a very long life and very healthy life because they're using their breath all the time. And if they're using it correctly, which I will mention during the Kapalabhati Pranayama, if they're using the breath properly, not abusing the breath just to make certain sounds or certain things that are required for singing, then they will not have any problem. But some of the singers, they get into the problem at the old age in their lungs a little bit, but mainly in their stomach because they use the stomach a lot for breathing. So that's why it's very important that we all learn, which Heather is one of the expert. In 2016, I learned from her. I didn't use it, her teachings for almost like a year or two. And then I started one day when I was cleaning my room, I came across the vocal yoga book that Heather gave it to us. And I started studying it. And I said, what a wonderful science it is. And how does it relate to pranayama? And, what pranayama can help the singers and what singers can teach the pranayama teachers. So it was so wonderful. So I started practicing and I'm now sharing with you. So the humans are the only ones, along with the whales, that can change voluntarily the breathing practice and get the benefit. Okay. So here I want to say also, it's being recorded. I think, Heather, are you going to share with them the audio part of it?
The whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Recording
So,
video and audio.
okay, good. So pranayama is the connecting link between the body and soul of the man. That's what the yogis used to call it. Man means man and woman. So man is just a generic term for both for the human beings. And the hub in the wheel of yoga. And as well as we all know how true it is for the vocal yoga or for the singers. Why is that? Because heart is where the soul resides, and we have heard so and so is singing from their heart, right? So if somebody says so and so is singing from their heart, what does that really mean? They're singing from their soul. That means they are using that part of the body that we have been given, which is we in the realm of yoga, it is considered to be the purest, unchangeable, and it is considered to be the most truthful. When people, yogis say that we're seeking the truth, they are trying to get in touch with their soul through the different techniques. of yoga. So it is, once we understand what our inner self, which is the soul, or where the soul resides, the heart, then we can learn anything and we can teach anything the way we should supposed to be teaching. That's why it's called yoga. Yoga karamsa kaushalam. That means anything that we do correctly or properly, it's considered as yoga. Okay? And so also yoga is uchate. That means the highest form of your work. It could be service, it could be studying, it could be teaching. Anything you do, if you do it from your soul and heart and soul, then everything will be fine. So pranayama is made up of two words. You might have heard pranayama is known as breath control. So when we read pran, but pranayama is made up of pran and ayama. And when people say controlling the breath, they are reading prana and yama. So if prana, we say prana means the breath work, and yama means controlling. So that is correct too, because Hatha Yoga teaches that. Whereas the other aspect of yoga, which is the Raja Yoga or the spirituality part of it, it is broken into two words, which is pran and ayama. Pran is the life force, okay, or our internal energy, which keeps us alive. And ayama means to expand. So in pranayama, we are expanding the energy. There are two words which are very important in Ayurveda. One is called the tejas or tej. And the other one is called the oj or ojas. Tejas or tej is the internal energy, which is the prana itself, and how we can evolve the prana into a higher consciousness. That is the tej, that's the internal energy. And the external energy is called the ojas. External energy is what you and I see on each other's face. How we look from the outside. And the outside very well depicts what's inside in most of the time. So pranayama helps both the internal energy, because that's what we are expanding more and more. And it also helps in the external energy, because once the inner power is strong, the outer power automatically becomes very strong. So I wanted to mention that also as the difference. So also the pranayama, it is the hidden energy or the potential energy. So people who practice pranayama and meditation, they get into a lot of creativity, okay? For example, within your profession, let's say if you are a singer, and a lot of the singers or a lot of the singers, they get into writing the lyrics, and a lot of the other areas. So these two things will help you to automatically look into those things, which you won't be doing it consciously. It could be consciously, it could be unconsciously. So it just happens. Okay? And then, yesterday at the end, I think you studied the fight and flight response. It is that prana, the internal prana, that really gives us that fullest energy when we get into the fight and flight. So that pranayama helps you to achieve that when it's needed. And then also it helps you to keep you healthy. And then the external part automatically will show. So if some of you or all of you, if you are practicing yoga, if you practice all the limbs, you will see that each limb has a function of its own and they're all interconnected. And that's how in yoga, there's what is called the Panchamaya Kosha. I don't know if you've heard. There are 5 sheets, there are 5 layers in a human being. And those 5 layers, they are interrelated, and they start from the physical layer, then the pranic layer, the energy layer, and goes into the mental part, which is the one that gives us the thought process and so on. And then it's the intellectual level, which shows us how to do the discrimination, not in the bad sense, to discriminate from right to wrong. So that's another part that, pranayama will help you, because there are a lot of situations where you think to do things in one way and then you want to change it immediately, okay? So why are we learning pranayama as one of the subject matter here? First of all, what I found, and that's my experience only after I studied with Heather, it strengthens the diaphragm. And yesterday we were looking at the diaphragm, I believe, in the morning, and a little bit when Heather was mentioning. So also pranayama helps you to increase the capacity of the lungs. The third part is the combination of pranayama work. Different pranayamas, they work on the 3, if you consider the 3 diaphragms, here, and the pelvic diaphragm. So the different pranayamas, a combination of that will work on all 3. So that's another reason to learn pranayama. Okay, so there are 3 diaphragms, and all you have learned yesterday what is the benefit of, and how these 3 diaphragms will be used for the your vocal yoga. Okay. So the pranayamas also increase the immunity. They keep the lungs very healthy, and then there is oxygenation of the body. And then yesterday, I'm sorry, how do you spell your name? Is it Manette? Yes? Okay. So Manette had asked yesterday a question. When does the body know how to breathe? When to start breathing? Right? She asked that question. So the pranayama, what happens is it regulates the carbon dioxide and the oxygen. So it is the carbon dioxide's level that makes people say, hey, you need to breathe more, or you need to breathe less. So that regulation is very, very important. So, and the body has a very, very slight range for the carbon dioxide. I don't know the medical part of it, but I only know that that's one of the things that helps you. And it also helps on the oxygenation level. That's why too much of pranayama is not good either. You can't oxygenize your body too much. You have to have a balance between the 2. So that's another part that I wanted to bring. This is the gist of my teaching for the last 15, 20 years, that I'm giving you in a nutshell. So one of the things you get when you have different teachers coming in, they give their best. And Melanie knows that very well. We give you the best in the 2 or 3 hours that we teach you what we have learned over the years. So that's why I put all this together, so that I don't have to explain little here and little there, okay? So now we're going to start the practice itself, okay? When you are, you know that the pranayama is the 4th limb of yoga. So asanas should be practiced before pranayama. But those asanas that we are talking about, Amanda, is not the asanas that we go into the downward dog pose or upward dog pose or anything like that. Those are all the mechanical issues to keep our, like I said, panchakosha. So that keeps our physical body correct. to learn pranayama, and you will find in the Yoga Sutra, they mention only uh, 3 to 4 asanas only, and those asanas are how we sit to do the pranayama. So I'm going to go onto my makeshift um, mat. It's actually a sheet on top of the mat, and I use it for my on my carpet. So I will give you the idea as to when you're doing pranayama by itself, how you will be, how different postures you can use. And those are the postures, like in India, they would not teach you pranayama or meditation if you can't sit in that posture in less than an hour to hour and a half. But Swami Ramdev changed all that in the last 20 years. He taught the house, he made the yoga as a household name. So we can all learn based on our age, based on our health. So I'm going to show you all that. Okay, so I'm going to move down to the mat.
Should we move to the floor? Should we move to the floor or no?
You could move to the floor if you love to, if you like to do that, no problem. And I see some of you are sitting on the floor already, right? I see Melanie sitting on the floor. Yes. Amanda? Yes. Okay. So you should be able to hear me from where I'm going to be. Okay? And you can still see me in the spotlight view, correct? Yes? Okay, good. So this is the posture. Can you see my knees from here? Somebody show me. Okay, good. Okay, so you can see my knees and you can hear me also? Okay, good. Wonderful. Okay, so this is a Sukhasana. That means just a cross-leg position. You see how I came into cross-leg position? I just put one leg, folded one leg, and then I folded the other leg. So that is Sukhasana, just a regular posture. So the next part that yogis used to sit is called the accomplished pose. There you have the heel in the bone region, and then your other heel right above our urinary place. So this is, we are not full-time yogis, so we don't need to do that. So what we do is, we make it half accomplished pose, okay? That half accomplished pose is, you can all see me. I take my sole of my foot and I put it against my thigh, and the other foot I take and put it on top, right here. So what this does is it keeps my back straight. So if you sit in the regular posture, you have a chance to slouch. If you sit in the half accomplished posture or a full accomplished posture, it will keep your back upright. Any problem. If some of you are sitting on the floor, just try that and you will find immediately that's what happens. So now, what happens is, let's say I'm doing half accomplished pose like that, and I'm not sitting on my sixth bone. All I have to do is put my hands on the side, lift my buttocks, and take them back about an inch or two, and my back is still upright. Okay? Any questions so far? Just raise your hand if there is a question. Yes. Unmute yourself, I can hear you.
So I have a little problem with my knee. So can I put that foot straight out instead of, or not bent all the way in?
I will explain you in a second. Okay, so you may be able to accomplish that instead of straightening this way. Is that what you're talking about, right? Straightening your leg. Manat, this is what you're talking about? Can you unmute yourself, please, Manat? Heather, can you unmute, please?
There we go, yes.
Okay, so this is what you're talking about.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so you can see my foot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is fine, but if you look at me, like I looked at your posture is much better um, than mine, and I'll explain sometime why so. So yes, you can, but instead try this. Okay, this is a blanket that we find in all yoga places, and then Melanie has a bolster, a round bolster. You can sit on the round bolster
Ah,
instead.
I have zafu.
Perfect. Yeah, it shouldn't be too soft. It's not too soft.
No,
That's
it's hard. Yeah, perfect.
okay. So now you are able to fold better, right?
Right.
So this is another way to sit. So in this posture, when you sit on the bolster or on the blanket, what you do is you can even sit in the regular cross-leg position. You don't have to sit in the half-accomplished posture because this is more difficult when you have the bolster underneath. Okay? So it's very important. I take a lot of time on the basics so that whenever you start practicing pranayama, it helps you a lot. Okay? So this is the second choice. This is the other choice. The next choice that we have, and like Manette has, let's say, issue with her knees, and people who are over certain age, or if they have any problem with their knees or their ankles, so we don't recommend that. But it's called the Vajrasana, which is thunderbolt posture. How many of you know thunderbolt posture? Most of you should know, right? Thunderbolt posture, which is sitting on your heels like this. So this is the most preferred way. So in the back, if you look at me, in the back, you can see that my two big toes, they are touching each other. So they should not be one on top of the other. They should be touching each other, and you should be sitting on the heels. Some people, they say Virasana is okay. Some people say Virasana is okay. Amanda, you know the difference between Virasana and Vajrasana?
Are you talking about Hero's Pose and Thunderbolt?
Yeah. Hero's pose, okay. Hero's pose, a lot of people, they confuse Hero's pose with the Vajrasana or Thunderbolt posture.
Yeah.
One should not sit in my lineage or where I learned from, should not sit in the Virasana, which is having your heels out of your butts. Okay, so this is the most preferred way because in this one, even if I want to slouch, it's uncomfortable. So I'm always here. So now the last one, which is according to yogis is the first one, is the lotus posture. Lotus posture is really not recommended for anybody other than the ones who've been practicing yoga from the age of, let's say, 15, 16, and they've been continuously practicing. Anyone after the age of 45, if they are very flexible, no problem. Or anybody at the age of even 100, if they're flexible, no problem. But do not try to sit in the lotus posture for doing pranayama because it's going to hurt your knees and it's not good. Okay? So, any questions on that before I go further? Any questions on the posture, please? Okay, no questions, correct? Okay, good. If there are any questions, this is the time. Okay, I don't see a question. Good, good. And I see Lee Van, right? Yes, I see Lee Van. You're wide awake today, which is good. Okay, great. Okay, so let me explain here. So after we select which posture we want to sit, so there are some days that I want to sit in the Vajrasana, okay, which is the thunderbolt posture. And there are other days when I want to sit in the half accomplished posture, And there are some other days when I sit on the bolster. So it depends. Every day our body is different. So I want you to select the posture for that particular day. Okay? Good. So the first practice that you should do in the morning, and even if you intend not to do the pranayama on that day, so I'm going to show you after you get up and do your routine, like go to the bathroom and brush your teeth or whatever you want to do in the morning. For example, I drink water before even brushing my teeth. And today it slipped out of my mind that I was teaching at 10 o'clock. I did drink my regular 4 glasses of water. So if I say that, excuse me for a couple of minutes, so it will be the nature's call. So, so whatever you do routinely, right after that, the first thing I want you to do is also before that, there are many different ways of using our nostrils, okay, closing our nostril, because a lot of the pranayams, they have the nostril work too, along with the work with the lungs and abdomen and so on. So what we recommend is that there are many different ways of using the fingers, like for using the left and the right, closing the right nostril and closing the left nostril. So a lot of people would recommend, the yogis would recommend the 2 fingers to be folded, the ring, the index finger and the middle finger. Okay? And then we use the ring finger and the little finger for the left side and this one for the right side. However, you can change it. Same thing with the other one, but it's better to do with the right one if you're doing a short practice. But somehow, I also believe in healing the body along with we are doing the pranayama. Pranayama heals itself. Now we can increase the intensity of the healing process. So I recommend that you put the tip of the first finger at the root of the thumb, and then use the thumb to close the right nostril and the 2 middle fingers for closing the left nostril. This is another way. This is the mudra which helps you in arthritis or any pain, any kind of pain. If you even sit in this mudra with the palms facing up, it will help you. Let's say you're listening to a lecture where you don't have to write anything. You can just sit like that, and that itself will be helping you in your arthritis in future if one doesn't have it right now. So, or just it'll help you in the pain, including the headache. So it's all good. You have a question? Yes, Amanda.
Yeah, just since we're talking about the alternate nostril, I learned it with putting your 2 fingers up at your eyebrows and then doing it this way. I really like that. What is your opinion on that?
I'm going to come to that. So I explain everything, but I'm glad you asked the question. So it's not only the 2 fingers, okay? So a lot of people, they use the 2 fingers, okay? Which one do you use? The first and the middle, right? Okay? And see, this is one that you are used to using. There are a lot of people, they use this one also. See, only the middle one. So whatever way you want to do the alternate nostril breathing, I'm not teaching the alternate nostril breathing right now. I'm teaching you how you should be taking care of the left and the right nostril. So anything you have learned, no problem. But, you know, like Heather mentioned, I have gone through 7 different teachers. So I learned from all those teachers, and every one of them, and I was very lucky, every one of them, they said, you practice and find out what works for you the best. So sometimes one lineage will force you to do something, Okay, force you in the sense means they only want you to practice one thing and one thing only, which is great. Nothing wrong with that. My teachers were also all different. They were from different lineages, like Bihar School of Yoga or the Indian Institute of Yoga. They're all very different. But I picked up what works the best for me. And it's not only for me, what my students come back and tell me. Okay? So let's say if I get a chance to see Amanda after a few years, and maybe she will have a little different way of holding the right and the left nostril, because she would think, yeah, this is works a little bit better for me because it's helping me. Okay, so that's the part. Any other questions, please? Yes, Leo.
Yes. Could you describe the exact place of the root of the thumb where we should put the index finger?
The root is, you see there are 3 parts to a finger, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it should go on the bottom part.
Anywhere.
The palm. Closer to the palm. Okay?
Like here?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay? And then if you put these 2 fingers together, it becomes pretty easy.
Yeah.
Okay? Because while doing the anulom vilom or the alternate nostril breathing, the key, and that's again something that I really believe in, the key is to keep the 2 sides as little of a movement as possible. Okay? So when you do that, that's why the most people who teach you spirituality, pranayama from the spirituality point of view, they will fold the 2 fingers, the first 2 fingers, because in that case, you can manipulate the nostrils much more easily. But when you have this mudra, which is called the Vayu mudra, it helps you. Most people, they come to do the pranayama. Yoga therapy, when I started in 2008 with Larry, when I used to say, Larry, in 5 years, pranayama is going to be taught in every school. And he said, we will see. And now you know that in every school it's taught. Okay? So pranayama is taught in yoga therapy for healing, not for spirituality first, because who wants to get into spirituality? Just some crazy people like me, right? Not everyone. So we are looking for the healing process. Right, Lara? Yes? I want your yes. Okay, good. We have to be interactive, you know? Okay, good. So that's why we teach pranayama with mudras, so that it helps you. Okay, good. So the first thing, before we go on a small break, the first thing in the morning I want you to do is close your right nostril with the right thumb. First, please observe me, and then we'll practice for just a little while. Okay. So I want you to breathe, close your right nostril and breathe in and out from the left nostril only, anywhere from 5 times to 7 or 10 times. 10 is the max, 11 actually is the max. Okay. So here, so breathe in from the left and breathe out from the left. Breathe in left, breathe out left, breathe in left. Amanda, you may join us too. Okay. Carolina, yes. Breathe in left, breathe out left. Do it 3 more times on your own. Okay. So now I want you to close the left nostril with the two middle fingers or whichever finger you want to close, depending on which mudra you use. So now close the left nostril, breathe in through the right, breathe out through the right. Breathe in right, breathe out right. And do it on your own for another 4 times. Okay. So now, Heather, if you may unmute everyone, please. So I'm going to start from the top. Start with Heather. Heather, which of your 2 nostrils is more open than the other?
The left.
The left nostril is more open, right?
Right.
And you found it out when you were doing
Yeah.
the breathing in from the left and then breathing out from the, breathing in from the right. So here is Carolina. Am I saying it the right way? Carolina? Okay, you want to unmute? I'll unmute you. I think I can do that, right?
No, she has to.
Okay, do the unmuting, please.
That was my right. My left is completely blocked today.
Uh-huh.
So right works perfectly.
Okay, very good. Excellent. And Leo, please.
The left nostril is more open.
Is more open. The right is not so open. Okay, and Melanie, please.
So I think the right was more open.
Right.
They were pretty close though, but I think the right was more.
Okay, they were pretty close.
Yeah.
And Minette?
They were not that different, but the left was more open.
Yeah. How much more open you think? What was the ratio?
I'd say 20 to 30%.
Okay, so it was like 70-30 or 65-35? Okay, good. And how about you, Amanda, please?
So my left was more open, but I'm wondering, is it because we started on the left and so I was pressing on my right longer? Does that have anything to do with it?
Generally not.
Okay.
And then you brought up another point that I want to mention what you should do about it. Okay, and Lara, please.
My left was more open.
Is more open, yes. I can actually tell you, I should have told you so that you will be wondering how I found out, okay? So left was more open than the right, correct? Okay, good. So here is.
I have a question on that because my hand was up when you actually asked me to do it. So was there a sense that I wasn't breathing?
No.
Okay, I just was curious.
No.
Okay.
No. That has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
So basically what happens is one of the nostril will be more open than the other in the morning, okay? So if you do this practice, you would know it before you start doing the pranayama, or even to do anything. So more the left and the right nostril are breathing or open close to each other, the more efficiently we, without us knowing, want to work. We'll be working according to the efficiency of our, the two side working. So what happens is we do a lot of pranayama to get into the meditation. When both the nostrils are working almost equal, almost, let's say 45 to 55 or 47 to 53, something like that. At that time, you will get into meditation without no problem. right away. Okay, so we're going to have a break now, right? Heather, 5 minutes or more?
Whatever you need, Surendra.
I would say that 5 minutes is good enough, if that's okay with you. Okay, so just take a 5 to 7 minutes break, and you can see me, and then, we'll go for the next.
Surendra,
Yes.
don't forget we're recording. So if anybody comes in your room in their pajamas, they're going to be on film.
I did not know that she was going to walk in. Take that frame out.
It's okay. It's okay. I just want you to let her know. She
I-
would be kind of like, oh my God.
Okay. So that was like, generally you have intruders on the Zoom. So just consider that one. Okay.
No
I
worries.
apologize for that.
No, it's no problem. I just wanted you to know just to tell her.
Sometimes she thinks I'm watching the old videos. So maybe that's what she thought.
I love it. Okay, we'll see everybody 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
So, Surendra, I think your microphone is still switched off.
Oh, okay. So Heather, we're going to get started. I didn't see Deborah on the video.
She's actually teaching a class, and when
Oh,
she's
okay.
got breaks, she's running in and watching us.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that's what she said. She'll be in and out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let's get started. So let's say that your left nostril is blocked. So it just works. It's like a, home remedy, our grandma's remedy, okay? Or our grandma's way of doing things, okay? There is no scientific explanation behind that unless one of you want to do a research. So let's say your left nostril is blocked. So what I want you to do is take your fist and put it in your opposite armpit. And now check your nostrils. Okay, so who would like to say if there's a little change? Leo?
Yes, I almost immediately felt something changing when I put my fist under my armpit, in my armpit.
Yeah, Heather?
Same thing for me. And you know, with my science background, I think it has to do with the lymphatic system. I'm going to research.
Yeah, you can do the research, okay? And then make sure that you include me in the research, okay?
Okay.
Okay. How about you, Lara? No, okay. So good. So we're going to move very quickly to the next part. So this may or may not help if the nostril is too far blocked, so it may not help you. But then what you do is just on that day, for the first few times, whichever nostril is blocked, you breathe from the opposite side. So let's say my left nostril is blocked. So I'm going to breathe in from the right, and I'm going to breathe out from the left. Again, I'm going to breathe in from the right and breathe out from the left. So I don't want anybody to breathe in with force, okay, through the blocked nostril, but you can breathe out. And yesterday we learned that the breathing out muscles are much stronger than the breathing in muscles. So that's why we recommend that, but do it only for 5 times. If it still doesn't change, don't worry about it. Okay, so this almost completes the basics.
All right, so I have a question. I'm sorry. So you breathe in through the blocked nostril.
No, you breathe out.
Oh, so in through the blocked because you don't breathe so heavily, and out through the open.
No. Breathe in through the open,
Okay.
breathe in through more open, and breathe out through the block, because
there's
we,
more.
we don't want to breathe in through the blocked one. It requires our muscles to work very hard, breathing in muscles. So breathing out muscles are much stronger. So the breathing out will be more efficient. Right, Heather? Okay, so that's how it would work. Okay, so the next part, that how many of you are familiar with Ujjayi breath? Ujjayi breath. Okay, Leo?
I have a notion of what it is, and I think I do it, but I'm not sure what it really which effect is intended with it.
Okay, Carolina? No, you don't know. Okay. Amanda, you are familiar with that? Yes. Okay. Manette, no. Okay. So we're going to go over that. This is a very powerful tool of breathing practice, not only for the singers, but for general health. So we're going to go over that. So Ujjayi breath is the breath when we breathe in and out, we feel we kind of close our glottis a little bit, and then we breathe in and out. But it's just something different the way I was taught and I feel it. I have a very simple way of explaining that. So as you are breathing in, okay, so let's say you are breathing in right now. So what I want you to do is silently think of as if you are making a sound of sa. You are not making a sound, you are thinking of that sound. Like, so I'm just saying sa, sa as I'm breathing in. And as I'm breathing out, I'm saying ha, sa.
I'm sorry. So you're saying the sound S-A?
No, S, 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 just like S, S, S.
Just a
Longer S, extended X, okay? And similarly, extended H while breathing out, okay? So I want all of you to sit with your back straight, sit with your two palms facing up, tip of the first finger touching the tip of the thumb, put it on your thighs or on your knees, and then breathe in and out, yes? With sa sound breathing in, ha sound breathing out. And then I'm going to ask you how you feel. Okay, everybody unmute themselves. Keep yourself unmuted and see if there'll be a big noise or something, then I will ask all of you to.
I have a question. So since you're sounding on the inhale, then it's a mouth breath, right?
No.
Mouth breathing? Yeah.
When you are breathing in and out, you will be breathing in and out from your nostril. So the sa sound is just thought of. It's silent. It's silent. There is no making of the sound. Everyone clear, Amanda? Yes? Okay. So when you breathing in, you're just thinking of sa. Mentally, you are saying it. When you're breathing it, you're saying mentally ha.
Now I'm exhaling on H-A-M, hum,
No, ha,
ha.
ha,
Okay.
ha, like that. Longer ha. Ha. Silently. Okay? So how many of you felt some sort of vibration or some sort of movement here, very slight? Okay, raise your hand if you felt that. How about you, Leo?
I'm not sure. Now, if I'm paying attention to it, I can feel something, but before I hadn't noticed it.
Okay, Carolina? Carolina or Carolina?
Carolina. Not that much, but actually I know this exercise, but I'm confused because my yoga teacher from France, she gave me completely different indications And so no, she asked me to inhale on and exhale on sa, and we switch sometimes.
Okay, you inhale on sa.
I inhale on ha, asha, and exhaling on.
Okay, and you are exhaling from the mouth.
Exercise calls hamsa.
Okay, so you may follow that process. The main idea is to follow as if you are breathing in and out from here. You will have very little feeling of the breath here. You will have most of the feeling, and I'll tell you why. For actually, it's in the ujjayi breath. What happens is, from the talking or from singing point of view, the actual process is taking place here. Okay, so here the throat is opening, and here it's constricting. And when that happens, two things happen. One, it's easier for us to speak, okay, not while speaking, but once we practice these things. We don't want to use this breath while we are speaking or anything. This is only for practice of the pranayamas, okay? While you're doing the practice of pranayama, 5 minutes, 10 minutes a day or whatever, So you will feel that breath here with sa, breathing in, and ha, breathing out. And Carolina, you can try it tonight and you will find that it will come back to you in this form, and then you can interchange it with whatever your teacher is teaching, okay? Laura, did you feel that?
After a little while, yeah.
Yes, okay, it comes with practice. Leo?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good, good. So this is the pranayam we use for three-part breathing, okay? For three-part breathing. So what is three-part breathing? Yesterday, we were talking about the two sides of the lungs. One side has 3 lobes, the other side has 2 lobes, but my teachers call it 2.5 lobes because the middle half is taken by the heart. But there is a little section of lungs there too, but it's not completely that, is blocked. So I call it 2.5, or we can call the lower, the middle, and the upper part. So when we are doing, let's say we want to do the 3-part breathing, and I'll explain you why we do that. So I want everyone to sit down on, in one of those postures. So we're going to practice actually pranayama, okay? You can see me now here. Can you see me now? Okay, here. So put your palms against your belly. The middle fingers are either side of the belly. And then I want you to take a ujjayi breath. Ujjayi breath out. Ujjayi breath in. Ujjayi breath out. Do it 3 more times. Okay, good. So now remember, where did most of the breath go? Did it go to the upper part or the middle of the lungs or the bottom part of the lungs? Okay, can you recall? How many of you felt that the breath went to the lower part of the lungs? Show me your hand. Okay, okay, most of you. Good. And put your hands right in the middle. So it's actually, for the ladies, it's middle of the breast, right where the breast is, okay? On top of that. Okay, so I want you to again breathe in and out with Ujjayi breath. Two more times. So those of you who felt the breath in the middle part of the lungs, show me your hand, please. Okay. Everyone? Yes? Okay, good. So now I want you to put your hands like that. What's going to happen is, this is our fingers, right? Some part of the fingers is going to be on the clavicle bone, and the rest is just going to rest wherever it can. And there'll be a little, they won't be straight. There will be a little bit of the, cupping here, okay? So I want you to do the Ujjayi breath again. Okay. Where did most of the breath go? Put your hands where the most of the breath went, please. Okay.
You know, I actually felt more breath here.
Okay, I'll explain you that also, okay? Okay, I'll explain you that. But the breath should go to the upper lobe of the lungs. Okay, and I'm going to explain in a second. Hello. No problem. Okay, the next part. So we did the expansion on the lower lobe. We did the expansion on the middle lobe. We did the expansion on the upper lobe. So now what we are going to do, we are now going to do the practice where the breath will go to all three sections. Not equally, but will go to all three sections. You won't see that distinct different from one to the other. So make a fist with the thumb inside. Okay, we call this an Indian fist. Okay, so make the Indian fist, bring the knuckles together like that, and now take the knuckles to the belly button so that this part of the little finger, this knuckle of the little finger goes on either side of the belly, and the palms are facing upwards. Palms are facing up. Okay, Manette, please close the knuckles on the bottom. Yes. Okay, everyone like that. So this will keep your spine upright. So do the Ujjayi breath 3 to 4 times. Smile on the face. Good. I want to borrow some smile from Heather and Melanie. Okay? From every one of you. Just kidding. So where did most of the breath go? Who would like to share with me? All over, right? From the bottom of the lungs all the way to the top of the lungs. So that's what you should feel. And if you didn't feel it today, you'll slowly and slowly come to you. Okay? So this is the 3-part breathing. Actually, it's a 4-part breathing, but everyone calls it 3-part breathing. So that's okay, no problem. So here is what I want you to do. In the beginning, when you start your practice for pranayama, if you want to follow what we are learning today, I want you to do in each position of your palms, I want you to breathe in and out with the Ujjayi breath 7 times. And same with the fist, 7 times. Initially, that will take you about 15 minutes to do all that. But if you do this for 1 month, see the change. You will see the change. I don't promise, but chances are you will see the change, very positive change, the way you breathe and the way you address your work or your home, how it's done. Okay? Tremendous amount of benefits. Okay, good. Any questions, please?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
So you always do the Ujjayi breath, inhaling and exhaling through the nostrils.
Yes.
I was taught at one point to exhale through your mouth for the Ujjayi breath.
Yeah, there are a lot of different methods.
Okay.
The original method is the way I've been taught.
Okay.
That's what my teachers say. Maybe it's not original. I don't know.
Okay. Can I ask you one other question then? Do you produce any sound on the exhalation?
Yes, you can, both inhalation and exhalation. And let me come closer to the mic, okay? Hopefully you can hear it, okay? Can you hear the sound?
No, I can hear it.
Or you can hear it?
Sometimes yes, mostly no.
Okay. So, yes, you can make the sound breathing in, and you will hear that yourself, and you could hear my sound if I had the Bluetooth mic, but maybe the mic on the computer is not as good, and I don't know how to go back to the mic. But anyway, that's what, yes, the answer is both on the inhale and the exhale. This will make it sound if you want to. There's nothing wrong with that.
So is it seven times belly, 7 times heart, 7 times collarbone, 7 times navel?
Yes.
7 each time.
In the beginning, for 1 month's practice. Don't practice any other pranayama if you don't want to. Okay? But if you have time, you can practice the other one. Okay? So we are now going to get into very, very important pranayama, okay? Which will help us. And that's what Heather recommended, that I teach that. This is called Viloma pranayama. In Viloma pranayama, Viloma, so Loma means the hair, and that's we're talking about the hair in our nose, okay? And V means against, or on something we want to do something which is not the norm, okay? So that's what it means, okay? So anything that's other than the natural order of doing things is V, okay? So Viloma. So in Viloma, for us, for you, all of you as aspiring singers or already singers, it helps you to keep the chest part blown. Means more and more expansion on the chest part, and keep the chest part out there. And then use the abdomen to breathe out. But it's not breathing out of the abdomen that we learn in the pranayama. We basically learn how to expand and the ribs a little bit and the intercostal muscles, and also learn how to keep the diaphragm wherever we want during the speaking or the singing process. Okay, so this is how it works. In general, when we breathe in, how many of you know Bhastrika pranayama? Bhastrika, bellows?
Oh, bellows breath.
Bellows breathing? Yes, okay. We just breathe in through both the nostrils actively and breathe out through both the nostrils actively. Right, Lara? That's what we do, right? Okay. So we do the same, but in Viloma, we do with pauses in between breathing in and the next breathing in. So this is how we do. So we breathe in a little and we pause. Breathe in a little and pause and pause and pause and pause. And then we start breathing out. Pause, 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 pause. Now, the important part to keep in mind is as we breathe in, please listen carefully and ask me as many questions as you want to ask, okay? So as we are breathing in, our diaphragm is going to move to a certain position and our lungs are going to expand to a certain position, correct? So what we want to do after the first, let's say the first part of breathing in, we want to hold our diaphragm, don't let it go, okay? So wherever it is, we want to learn to keep it right there. Then we breathe in second time after the pause. And then we want to keep in the diaphragm and the expanded lungs where they are. In other words, don't let it go. So it's not like we are breathing in short sections. We are breathing in with interruptions in between. That means the pauses in between. So that way, we train our diaphragm and train our breathing apparatus here to stay where it is and then keep on expanding that. So what happens is as we practice this particular pranayama, it helps us to keep the expansion without going all one time. Like there are a lot of practices. There are practices, Bhastrika pranayama, I can spend 2 hours just on Bhastrika pranayama. Okay, explain you different methods of doing that. So you want to breathe in with interruptions, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to start breathing in with pauses in between. I'll ask you to breathe in, then I'll say pause, breathe in, pause, breathe in, pause. And then right after that, I want you to just completely breathe out without any pauses first. So that's the first step. And then we will do the second part, which is interrupted breathing out. Okay? So everyone get ready, please, with your back straight up. Okay. So you can have your hands in this position. This is a wonderful way to keep this mudra. This gives us a lot of concentration. Okay. And see. Okay. First exhale very gently. Breathe in, pause. Breathe in, pause, breathe in, pause, breathe in, pause, breathe in, pause. And now breathe out gently. So whenever you do a practice of breathing in, here's a rule of thumb. And this is all what I teach, okay? The rule of thumb is, this is our clavicle bone, okay? We do not want our breath to be forced beyond the clavicle bone. The moment we take our breath beyond the clavicle bone, the breathing apparatus, and mainly the sympathetic part of our nervous system kicks in. So that means all our breathing effort to bring in the parasympathetic or calmness to our body, that goes out of the window. Okay? So we want to breathe in very gently and we want to breathe out very gently also. Okay? But while breathing in, not going beyond this. Okay? Clavicle bones. This is it. I'm now finished. You can see my face now. If I do this, forget it. I don't feel comfortable. How do you feel, Amanda? You see the difference?
Yeah, so I mean, for this one, I definitely felt like, because I feel like I have very small lung capacity, so I felt like very filled up, like a balloon. But I obviously didn't go past, it didn't go into my throat or anything.
Excellent.
But is that the sensation you kind of want?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to explain that right after this. Okay. So I'm looking at the time now, but we are doing just fine. So the next practice is, I want you to breathe in, just like I said with the interruptions. But if I go, let's say 5 steps and your breath goes only 4 steps, just leave it at 4. Okay. I can see some of you, not very clearly, especially the ones who are wearing the black or dark, which is, it doesn't allow me to see that. But others I can see a little bit, but that's no problem. I can still feel the movement here. Okay, so now we will breathe in and then we'll breathe out. Okay, we'll breathe in interrupted, we'll breathe out interrupted. Okay, let's begin now. So everyone gently breathe out. Breathe in, pause, breathe in, pause, breathe in, pause, breathe in, pause. Breathe out, pause, 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 breathe out, pause. Okay, open your eyes. Okay. There are 2 things I want you to remember. Number 1, like Amanda mentioned, as we are doing this Viloma breath, what happens is, and it will happen when you're doing the Ujjayi Pranayam also. That's why I said first month do that practice and you will feel it. The ribs, the lower ribs, the middle ribs and the upper ribs, they not only expand front and back, the expansion you don't feel, you feel both ways, plus you will feel the expansion going this way. So you are making 360 degrees expansion, but not 360 degrees round. It will be 360 degrees oval because this part is oval. And you will feel more in the front and very little in the back. And I'll show you an exercise how you can feel more in the back. If that's not a part of the pranayama, but that's just a very simple exercise that I always recommend. Okay? So you should feel the expansion both ways. So once you, and also everyone knows from the from the anatomy that the lower two ribs are floating ribs. So if you put your hand on the floating ribs and you try to breathe, just press them, don't let them open up, and see how many of you can breathe in. You won't even let you breathe in, right? It won't let you breathe in. Then you will be breathing in according to Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita has a different method. People don't teach that. There is a method when we can't breathe that well, then yogis have taught us another way of breathing, you know? So this is very important that you feel that breath. And the expansion and the contraction of your diaphragm depends on each. You want to keep this part as it is, and you want to keep the diaphragm as it's moving up or it's moving down in breathing and moving up in breathing out. Okay. Heather, anything you want to add to it? Yes, Manat.
So I understand about. I mean, one of the issues I have, since we can't actually feel our diaphragm, it appears to me from what I've learned and feel that kind of what we feel are the muscles around the diaphragm. So I'm just trying to, in terms of maintaining the level of the diaphragm, I'm just wondering what's going on there.
That's exactly
the diaphragm.
Okay, that's exactly what Heather was mentioning yesterday. It's hard to feel the diaphragm itself. It is the muscles that give us the indication.
Okay.
Right? So you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's how it works. You think it's the diaphragm, but the diaphragm is very strong, even though it's very thin. It's like a ballistic material, probably. So that's how it works. Okay. Any questions? We're going to do something funny. Yes, Amanda, before we do something.
Just one thing, I find that whenever I do any breath retention where I'm holding or pausing, I get a headache. Is that should I just not do so much breath retention?
That's what is my next. Okay. And
Perfect.
if you go to some of my other teachings, I first qualify. The very first thing I qualify, but here I didn't. The first thing I qualify is all the pranayama that I teach, there is no holding. Because holding is mainly for spirituality. And here again, in this particular pranayama that you're doing, okay, what you can do is, let's say you have 2 counts to breathe in, then have half a count or absolutely just a little pause, and then you just want to train your ribs and you want to train your diaphragm. Okay? Even I get headaches sometimes when I hold it.
Is it the CO2 or is it just the pressure?
It's just the way we breathe in. And Manette had asked me a question also. Somebody asked me a question that they felt the breath here, right? Okay. So I'm going to get to that question, but let's finish this Viloma. And Manette, it's up to you to remind me of this now. Okay. So I have to put responsibility on you now. Okay. So I want you to breathe in with pauses and breathe out with pauses. Take 3 breaths. Means 3 times inhale, 3 times exhale. Okay. And for you, Amanda, very little pause. Okay. Good. And then we will do some funny stuff. And when we are breathing in for this Viloma, your hands should be on your knees with the palms facing up. They can't be any other place. Okay, if you're done, just give a show of hand, please. Good. Okay, how do you feel now, Amanda?
Yeah, that was a lot better. Yeah, just very short little pauses.
Yeah, okay, good. So next, when I'm talking about the diaphragm part, what I want you to think about is immobilizing the diaphragm during the pause. Lightly immobilizing, no force, just lightly immobilizing. Okay? Any questions about this? Because this is not a practice session, we are just teaching you how this should be done. You know, this is like a 10 hours workshop. And I'm so happy Heather gave me 2.5 hours. Larry used to give me 1 hour to teach pranayam. And now he gives me 3. So I'm asking for 4. Okay.
Can I, Heather? Would you say that in terms of immobilizing the diaphragm, it's like what Catherine calls feel see?
What's that?
Feel see, kind of the feel see idea. Like you can't, like almost imagine you can feel it. Kind of feel see.
You can use that. You can use that. Yeah, basically what you're going to feel is you're going to feel the costal muscles.
Okay.
And you may feel sometimes some gripping in the diaphragm where you won't know what it is, but you'll feel some gripping around the center of your body. And that's just the diaphragm. The diaphragm wants to recoil, but it's not being allowed to. So sometimes there can be a little gripping. That's about the most I can ever feel my diaphragm.
You'll feel it on the side here.
Yeah.
Great explanation. Yeah. Very good.
But to really feel the diaphragm, it has no nerve endings on it. So you're just going to feel basically the rib cage. And remember, the rib cage, well, we're going to talk about this all more. The rib cage wants to collapse on you. So by suspending the breath, you're also suspending the rib cage in a certain posture. And since the diaphragm lines the 6 bottom ribs, it keeps it flatter and it keeps it down and it keeps it, doesn't allow it to recoil. So basically you'll feel muscles working, but like you said, you're not necessarily going to know what they are.
So what I would suggest, Amanda, is, and you know, sometimes if I'm doing some other workshop somewhere and you want to join it or whatever, I can help those people who do not want to hold. So there are other methods of you know, what Heather is saying, to keep our rib cage expanded and also the intercostal muscles kind of kept, you know, still active during the pause. Okay. So anyway, so if there is no question, we want to move on to the next pranayam. Okay. So before that, this is what we want to do. We want to clap. Okay. So Lara left. Okay, so we'll hold till Lara comes back. Okay. So the next pranayam that I want to teach or share with you is the Bhastrika pranayam, which is bellows. So bellows pranayam is basically breathing out, breathing in and breathing out through both the nostrils. Okay. So we sit in this particular position, okay, just like before. And we breathe in through both the nostrils and we breathe out through both the nostrils. And I'll answer your question, Manette, in this particular part. Okay. So I want you to sit straight and just breathe in through both the nostrils and breathe out through both the nostrils. Try to fill the lungs and try to empty the lungs. Okay.
You also keep the lungs, the breath below?
Yes. So Lara, we are breathing in and breathing out through both the nostrils, okay? Okay, and open your eyes, please. Okay, again here, I'm going to say something which might not sound okay for the singers or the voice people. The Bhastrika Pranayam should be done without blowing the belly out. So the belly will go out a little bit, okay? This is Bhastrika, to energize our body. This is not the practice. This is not one of the techniques for actually helping you to breathe according to the singers or breath work, the voice work. But this is to really, really energize the body. The body gets strength from this pranayama in two ways. One, that we get the oxygen, a lot of oxygen into it. And then secondly, because of the oxygen and because of the speed of breathing in and breathing out, okay, we can change the blood flow through our circulatory system. Okay, you have a question? You can hear me?
Well, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I feel that I practice breath work each day to stimulate my brain and pineal gland. And I found when you inhale, stop, I love this so much. And this exercise actually today is used by many teachers of meditation and brain changes and so on. So yeah, I feel like my brain is now, I'm so awakened.
Yes.
Because of oxygen.
I'm glad you feel that way, because every time you hold the breath, there is a better gas exchange.
Yeah.
So that's how you feel better with the gas exchange. But we all have to work with us. So here's the answer to Manette's question, okay? Sometimes, and also Amanda and Laura for you too, okay? Because I feel that I need to point out this thing to three of you. What happens is, as we are breathing in, we tend to take our awareness over here. As we take the awareness up here, the muscles start reacting there. So when you're breathing in, your awareness should go back on the breathing apparatus. This will get energized anyway. So there's a lot of research done that as you're breathing in, it's the latest research, that certain part of that breath goes into the brain also. The direct, it's 1% or 2%, but it does. So that's one of the researchers in Brazil, I think. Something very similar to that, she had done that research. Okay? So if you do this, you are not going to get that feeling. Laura, try that. Amanda, try that, and try that with a slight hold also, and see if it bothers you. It won't.
Mm-hmm.
You feel it differently, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel, Lara?
It feels like my breath automatically wants to slow down.
Yes, it wants to slow down, and then with our multitasking stuff over here, we can speed up again. First, we learn where our body has to feel the breath, where the breath has to go in the lungs, like Heather said yesterday. And then we work with the speed and we work with other things. Okay? That's why I have now 3 classes every week where I teach nothing but pranayama, and at the end I teach yoga nidra. That's it. Nothing else. So once you learn to breathe in, and these are really the tips that people have come back to me and said, this is what helps them. Okay? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I would say I think one reason I was doing that is I was concentrating on thinking of S. And for some reason, when I thought of S, it put my attention here. And so it was my attention when I was breathing in on a feeling of S, it was here. And now when I did the other, it was much calmer.
Okay. I give example of the ladies, okay, who does the knitting, right? My sister is great at knitting. She's now 89 years old, and she can do one of those things that you put around, okay, in one day. And she's talking, she's cutting the veggies, and still doing the breath work. She will be knitting, and still she'll be able to do talking with other people on the phone and stuff like that. So it's all practice. Okay. So now Lara is here. So we are going to do some funny stuff. Lara, if you can put your computer in such a way that we can see you a little bit more, if that's okay with you. I don't want to force anybody. Okay, good. So we're going to clap now. And this is how we're going to clap. I'm going to show you first, and then you will clap. So we're going to say, you may not do the counting, but this is how we're going to do. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so let's do it together. Let me take my ring out. Okay, everyone ready? Okay, put a big smile on your face. And now, let's go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, go ahead, Leo. Okay, good. Okay, put the palms in front of you one more time. Okay, one more time. Don't open up the fingers if you don't need to. You should have all this area completely touching and being pressed when you do that. Okay, we're ready. 1, 2, 3, and Carolina, go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Leo, you want to go and sleep now? No. So anytime you feel that somebody dozing off in your class, hey, let's have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And this will energize the whole body. What a simple thing, right? Okay, good. And if you feel, your mind is going all over the place, take your ring finger. That's why it's ring finger, okay? And the expensive stuff is put on that. It's very important stuff. So take your finger, put your first finger underneath, and on the top, put the thumb. So press it, press, release, press, release, press, release, press, release, press, release, press, release. So it'll calm you down. Before going to bed, do this.
Were you at the tip of your finger? It was just, we couldn't see.
At the tip of the finger, see?
Tip, okay.
Okay, good. So let's get going, okay? So Bhastrika Pranayam, so whenever you are breathing in and out, if you pay attention to where the breath is going, then there'll be less of the headache on the top. Okay? Lara, how do you feel now after clapping?
Awake? Did I look tired?
Yeah, you were looking tired to me. That's why just for you, I wanted to do this.
Oh.
So
No.
everyone thank Lara, please. Say it loudly. Because you are the one who inspired me to do it.
Oh, so now I have to do it?
No, I said you inspired me to do it.
Oh.
Okay? So that's why you're doing it now. Good.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Look, everybody's smiling now, including Carolina, right? She's wide awake. Yeah.
Yes.
And so is Leo. Okay, good. All right. So here is another pranayama that I'm going to teach. First of all, how many of you know Anulom Vilom pranayama? Anulom Vilom, alternate nostril breathing. How many of you know alternate nostril breathing? Okay. Carolina? No?
Maybe.
Breathing in left, breathing out right, breathing in right, breathing out.
Yes, yes, I know that. Yeah.
What do you call that?
From nostril. I don't know. Is this one that I blow and I inhale?
Yeah, this is called the alternate nostril
I
breathing.
don't know the name.
Okay. Right, Melanie? We all know here, right? Okay. So most of you know. Manette, do you know alternate nostril breathing? Yeah. Okay, good. So we will cover that at the end. Okay. And I'm going to ask all of you, Heather, how much time do you give them for lunch?
They get 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Can I take 10 minutes from Melanie's time?
Yeah, we'll just go 10 minutes.
Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
All say yes, then we go. Okay.
Not till 12:30, so you're good.
No, I want to go till 12:40.
Okay, is that okay with everybody? And then we'll just have a 30 minutes from there on for lunch.
Okay. So now I have to qualify something else. So when you are practicing pranayama, okay, if you feel headache, like Amanda did, you stop practicing immediately. Wait for 5 minutes, wait for 10 minutes, start again. It happens again, that day, no pranayama. Okay? You can do anything else. Okay? Also, there are certain pranayams, for example, Bhastrika is one of them. You can only do, let's say, ladies, during your monthly cycle, I would recommend only the alternate nostril breathing pranayama. Kapalabhati, no. Bhastrika, maybe, very light Bhastrika, but I would say that don't even do that, okay? Because you are in a very delicate part of the physiology that time of the month. So if you are feeling okay, you already know what your cycle is. So what you do is 2 days before and 2 days after. Remember that. Don't worry about the pranayama. Okay? But if your body says, I want to do some pranayama, then you can do a little bit of Bhastrika and you can do one pranayama all the time, whether you're sick, you are not sick, you're in the monthly cycle. Leo, it doesn't apply to you and me, okay? So we can practice Anulom Vilom, alternate nostril breathing, anytime. And that's the only pranayama which is recommended anytime, anywhere, any condition, okay? And as much as you want to practice. So how is that? I'm such a good teacher. I told you something to do whenever you feel like doing it, okay? There is one small restriction, and that is that, Carolina, for practicing Anulom Vilom, you have to give at least 1 hour and 15 minutes gap between eating and practicing Anulom Vilom. For the rest of the pranayams, it should be 3 hours. But Anulom Vilom is the only one that you can do it in after 1 hour and 15 minutes. Everyone got that? Okay, so let's take Anulom Vilom Pranayam and then we will go to the next one. Okay. Oops. Ooh. Okay, I'm back. Oh my God, I thought I blew it up. Okay.
It's always so scary.
Yeah, I was really worried about it. Is mine also still recording? Would you know on your side?
Yes.
You
I
should
think
have on
so.
the very top a little red dot going and it should say recording on the top of your screen. I'm still recording you.
Yeah, but mine says pause or stop, so that means it's still recording. Okay.
Yes.
So we want to do the Anulom Vilom. Anulom Vilom is the pranayam where you breathe in through the left, breathe out from the right, breathe in through the right, breathe out from the left. Okay. So can we practice that? Because I assume that most people practice this, and then I'll touch upon the Kapalabhati pranayam. Okay.
Will you just mention just a little, just a very simple bit about the Ida and the Pingala?
Oh, okay, good. So our left nostril is called the Ida nadi. There are 72,000 air passages, which is called the nadis. It's just like the airway, right? There's no road up there. So there's no road in our body, which tells us where these pranas are flowing. So there are three nadis. One is the Ida nadi. When we breathe in through the left nostril, the Ida nadi gets activated. Okay, so the Ida nadi goes the left side, then it goes to the right, and again comes back to the left, and on the bottom it ends on the left side. Okay, it goes through each one of the chakras. Everybody knows what the chakras are, right? They're the centers of energy. The right side is the Pingala nadi, Pingala. So that starts from the right, goes to the left in the next center, goes left, again goes to the right, and ends at the end in our perineum on the right side. And then, so that's the passage for Ida and Pingala. Then there is one nadi, which is inside our spinal cord. And that passage is the Shushumna. Shushumna, that's the third passage. So when Ida and Pingala, like I said, when you have both the nostrils flowing equally, so there is an equal flow between the left side, means the left part, and the right part of our Ida and Pingala nadi is equal, pretty much. That is the time when Shushumna, the central nadi, starts working. And when that works, that is where the meditation happens. And that's what all the meditation techniques try to or tend to go towards. So that when the Sushumna is active, every function of our body is working at its optimum. How do you remember which is Ida and which is Pingala? Okay. How do you remember? I'm going to give you a clue. Forever, you will never forget. Okay. So Ida starts with Ida, and is closer to L, right? L, letter L. And Pingala is closer, P is closer to R. Okay. So Ida and Pingala, that's it. For this, I charge $10 extra. Okay, very good. So these nadis are the ones. So the Pingala Nadi is the cooling. It cools the body. And it's the parasympathetic. It goes into the parasympathetic nervous system because this nadi, the left nadi, works on the right brain. The brain, right brain, and the right nadi works on the left brain. Okay? The left brain is what makes you active. So what's going to happen in the morning? When you see that your left nostril is more blocked, so what's going on that day? And the right nostril is more open. So if the right nostril is more open, what's going to happen? You're going to feel more active. Right? That's how you're going to feel, believe it or not. Practice someday. That's why when people feel very lethargic, during the cold or something, their left nostril is blocked a lot. Or sometimes both are blocked. Okay? So that's why it's so important to know the left and the right nostril, how good it is working.
So sorry, if your left is blocked, that means you were in sympathetic then?
No, if your left is blocked, what's going to happen? The parasympathetic is going to be working less. Right side is parasympathetic brain. The left nostril is parasympathetic, which is calming. So if your right is more open, you'll feel more activity because the left side, it's affecting the left side of the
And then
brain.
if your right is blocked, what would that be then?
That'll make you feel very calm because left is more open. Okay? But balancing is what we are looking for. So we say, so and so is so well balanced. Yeah, that kid is so well balanced. So that means the kids have the left and the right nostril working pretty good. And some of them, their parents, their teachers, they start teaching them to work with the right nostril all the time. It happens from the thoughts to the breath, and it can happen from the breath to the thoughts. So for athletes, you go and talk to the athletes. They will be relaxing with the left side when they're lying down. And when they are ready to go, they will be using the right brain, the right nostril. Okay? Good. Enough for that, Ida and Pingla? Yes? Okay, good. All right. So next. So Anulom Vilom, we breathe in from the left, breathe out from the right, breathe in from the right, and breathe out from the left. Do we need to do that practice? Let's do it two cycles, okay? So close your right nostril, breathe in through the left, close the left, breathe out right, breathe in right, breathe out left. And do one more cycle on your own. Breathe in left, breathe out right, breathe in right, breathe out left. Do one more cycle on your own. Okay, the disclaimer here is that if I say the benefit of any pranayam, it's not a medical advice. Okay? You can't take this as a medical advice in any form or shape. It's just that some of the students tell me, as I told as a student to my teacher, and my teachers know from their experience, and the rishis knew it too. This pranayam we use with the people who get into the strokes. And the more they practice, the more they come out of that quickly. This pranayama is good for general practice on daily doing whatever you are doing it with a lot of focus, or even for any kind of issues. It doesn't matter whether it's diabetes, heart patient, any, irritable bowel syndrome, heartburn, even during the monthly cycle, ladies. The more you practice on those days, the more you're going to feel good. And if you practice throughout the month before, you may just pass through that time with no problem. Okay? And you will feel calm right after that practice. Okay? So there is one pranayama that's left. And I'm going to do a commercial when Heather comes. And right after that commercial, when she's back, we'll do the commercial. Kapalabhati pranayama. Kapalabhati pranayama strengthens your diaphragm. It strengthens the diaphragm in such a way that you can move the diaphragm at your own will and the way you want it. Okay? So that's how powerful this Kapalabhati pranayama is. From the point of view of health and immunity, which is on everybody's mind right now, Kapalabhati pranayama works on the lower part of the lungs where there are maximum amount of alveoli, where the gas exchange happen. All the COVID patients, they have problem on the bottom. And I'm teaching some of the doctors how they should put their patients upside down on their belly and breathe. Because when that happens, the breath goes down to the lower part of the lungs. And that's where most of the alveoli, the gas exchange happens. Okay? So the Kapalabhati pranayama is, and we're not going to practice because when I talked with Heather, she said I'd rather teach the Viloma pranayama than Kapalabhati, but we'll still touch upon that. Okay? And ladies, that particular pranayama here in US, a lot of the friends of mine, their daughters, some of their wives, some of my own female friends, they find that when they talk to other female members, how much of the polycystic ovaries is going on? Plenty. Kapalabhati pranayama is one of the magic if it is done properly. So I'm not going to teach pranayama in that respect where you can go and start practicing. I don't want you to practice this pranayama. I'm just going to give you the technique. Okay, Heather, because it's not something they should practice, because if I teach, I want to make sure that I tell them to do it 2-3 times, but I'll give you the thing. If any one of you have any issues with the heart or headache or the monthly cycle or anything on that day, and just like I said about the other pranayams, don't practice those pranayams at all. But if you practice Kapalabhati pranayama, you learn from somebody like me and many others, the monthly cycles and the whole female physiology is so much benefited with that. So learn the Kapalabhati pranayama from somebody who knows that they will not go into hyperventilation. That's one of the danger. That when people teach Kapalabhati pranayama, they go into hyperventilation, and that's why many people avoid Kapalabhati pranayama. Okay? So Heather, can I do a little commercial to give my information?
Please, and do teach. You are going to teach Kapalabhati, right? A little bit?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. So the commercial is that Heather will pass on my telephone number to you guys. You can text me anytime, okay? And if you want to write it down, you can write it down right now. It's 909 437 4240. And if you call me sparingly, no charge. Okay? In other words, if you want to call 1 or 2 minutes, 3 minutes answer, there's no problem. You can call me any number of times. Yes.
Just one more time, the number.
909 437 4240.
Oops, I wrote it down. So 909 437
Yeah, 4240.
4240. Like
Yeah.
this?
Oh, yes, 4240. Okay? And my email is a very difficult one. So pay attention. Yoga Teacher USA at gmail.com. Who's going to forget that? Yoga Teacher USA at gmail.com. Okay? So that's the end of the commercial. So I do workshops. If you send me an email and I keep your email in my box, then if I do any workshop, Heather will know that first anyway, because we are in touch with each other again. And then you are most welcome to join. And if you arrange a small group of 5 to 10 people, I like to teach only when I have only 9 frames, no more than 9 frames. So I can see you much more clearly. I don't like to have 20, 30 people if I'm not teaching in person. Okay, so that's the end of the commercial. Now, Kapalabhati Pranayam, you might have seen people practicing like this. Okay, please pay attention. Most people practice Kapalabhati Pranayam like this. Correct? If some of you are practicing Kapalabhati, they ask you to practice at the speed of 120 strokes a minute. So that means every half second you're going. So what happens in that process? That's perfectly fine. That particular way of doing it is more getting into spirituality. But if you want to get the benefit with less effort, I'm going to teach you that. And we have done a lot of research on that in India. Not here. But still the research is done in US. Nobody wants to believe that, you know. So somebody is going to do some research on, on the way I'm going to teach. Okay. So if you practice Kapalabhati Pranayam, which means active exhalation, as we actively exhale, just think that you have something stuck here. Okay? And your mom does not allow you to do the rotor-rooter. Right? And just think that you want to cleanse your nostril. So how would you do that? You go. Right? So as you clean your nose, the stomach will go in. And the diaphragm and the stomach, they are the best buddies ever. They're just like long-term husband and wife, like me and my wife, 51 years. Okay? So they are always together. So as the stomach goes in, the diaphragm will move up. And as the diaphragm moves up, Laura, what happens? It will assist automatically more breathing out, right? So all the breath will come out as you try to exhale actively, and the stomach will go in. So as soon as that happens, all you have to do is release your stomach back where it belongs. Like this. Watch me first, okay? And then you can make a note. Can you see my stomach? Okay. Versus if I do like this. I'm not giving enough chance for the breath to fill my lungs, right? And it's unnecessarily for my teacher, when he teaches spirituality, like he did in the beginning, for me, we go like this, not even 120, we go 180. But I don't want that. I want healing. I want healing. I'm not going to be a yogi in the saffron color. Okay? So if you do like this, and release, and release, and release. So I want you to practice that. Anybody having any heart issue? I don't think so, but I want you to raise the hand.
My husband was wanting me to share some of this with him, and he does have a heart issue.
Okay.
But
No. The other disclaimer is this. Whatever I'm teaching you today, please do not teach somebody else. The teachers who I certify, I watch them at least for a week doing this pranayama in front of me on the Zoom or otherwise before I say, okay, go ahead and practice. And please excuse me if I say something that you don't like it, I teach with my stomach shown. Okay? So I show my stomach, and I want my teachers to show the stomach when they are practicing, when I certify them. It's not required, but it gives me a lot of satisfaction that they are doing it properly, so that if they share with somebody, those people will get a good benefit. Okay? So that's why I told you only to practice one item, which is the 3-part breathing. Okay? If you want to practice others, talk with Heather, and she can help you probably. I can help you, so whatever. So I want you to now practice. Yes, very quickly, because we are
just wondering how you spell this, and this is the breath of fire, right? Or not breath of fire.
What a beautiful thing you told me. I almost was going to forget it. Many of the teachers call breath of fire Kapalabhati.
Okay. How do you spell it in the Sanskrit then?
Okay, it's Kapalapth. I'm sorry, Kapalabhi. Kapala Bhati. Kapala means the forehead. Bhati means shining. So why do we call that, Carolina?
Shiny forehead. You want me to say it in French?
Yeah, say it in French.
Le front brillant.
So that means shining the skull. Why we say that? If you practice this pranayama properly every day for a certain amount of time, I'm not going to give you the time because you might try to do that. Your forehead will be shining. And that's what I said in the beginning. What did I say? Ojas and Tejas and Ojas. So it gives you the Tejas, the internal energy, which shows outside the external energy. It is so powerful. And it's so good that if you do this, you get into the meditation with the Anulom Vilom and these 2 pranayams, you get into the meditation. Okay? So let's all practice this. So it's not breath of fire. You know what is breath of fire? Is this, okay? Everyone watch. If you breathe in and you breathe out completely, complete breathing out, and then keeping the stomach slightly in. So without holding the breath, you go. This is breath of fire. It's not Kapalbhati. Okay? So we teach breath of fire without holding. We call it, of course, Kapalbhati in standing position. Okay? Just like Heather told us in one of the classes, and she might be talking to you, you stand like a baboon. And then we teach you certain technique. You do that. You do a standing Kapalbhati, you get a lot of the benefit without holding the breath. That'll be breath of fire without you'll do a lot of the breath of fire without holding the breath. Okay? Good? All right, so Kapalbhati, I want every one of you to breathe out and then release the tummy, breathe out and release the tummy, and see what happens. And your hand has to stay right here, okay? And begin, and you should be able to hear the sound. Okay, and stop. So I hear one person doing it faster. So what I do is, this is a $1 million investment, okay? So you go to the Staples or Office Depot, you buy a clock with the second hand, right? The one that moves every second. So you keep it in front of you, and every time the hand moves, you go in between, release the stomach. Watch Heather doing it. Can you watch on your screen? Right? Now watch me doing it, okay? Heather is doing correct. I'm going to put my hands here so that you can see more of my stomach, okay? Okay. In yoga, there are a total of 8 systems in the body. Okay? 8 systems we have already covered through all the pranayams. The 4 out of the 8 systems are right here. That's why Kapalbhati pranayama is very, very important to be practiced properly. I can go on and on and on, no problem. I do 50 hours program, which is 30 hours, not 30 hours, but 25 hours on, in person, and 25 hours on the reading material. So you can learn the pranayama perfectly well in that process, okay? So,
Surendra,
yes.
I had a question. So in a lot of yoga studios right now, a big thing is to do what they call breath and sound baths. And then they have people actually hyperventilate. And they said that it's okay if I think it's really crazy, but it says that it's okay if their hands start to turn into claws and their legs start to cramp. And they get really high from all the hyperventilation.
Okay.
But I think that's dangerous.
Yeah, let me explain you something here. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, by the way, Leo, you are a very lucky one. When Heather did the first program, I was the only one just like you in the whole group. Because I had so much of love and affection. I feel everyone in the class as my sisterly person, okay? So I can't say motherly because I'm older most of the time than everybody else in the class. So that's how I feel so good. And I want to see more and more female members learning about yoga. Because if you teach one female, they can teach 2 generations minimum. They can inspire 2 generations. If a man learns, sometimes it stays with them only. Because we are not teachers, born teachers. Mothers are born teachers. Okay? So it's very important. So coming back to your point, Heather, most of the people are calling the teaching of pranayam, that they are teaching pranayam, but what they are teaching is not pranayams. They are teaching the application of pranayams. So applications are sometimes very dangerous because most of the time teachers don't even know because they haven't tried on them. Okay? So that sound bath thing, in general, I have been to 2 or 3 just to understand what they do, but not the one that you are explaining. You are explaining the extreme. Okay? So that is not good. What did I say in the beginning, Amanda, about Kapalbhati?
About this one, that you should not teach it to anybody, but you can only practice it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that most people, when they're practicing Kapalbhati, they are getting into hyperventilation.
Right.
Hyperventilation is not good at any stage of life. Okay?
Yeah. I've done that with a Kundalini workshop, and we did the breath of fire, I think, for 1.5 minutes, not the 3 full minutes.
Yeah.
And my head was on fire, like I was on fire.
Yeah. So they want to induct you into the breath of fire, but if you're doing it correctly, you will not have anything felt here.
Yeah.
The breath,
Great.
according to BKS Iyengar, if you are not doing the pranayamas properly, then only you will feel that, not otherwise. But please don't go back to your teacher so that they come after me.
Another one workshop, yeah. I won't go back.
Okay? Okay? So that's what we have. So why don't you practice just for one more time? Take about 30 seconds, and I'll put a timer here. And once you hear that timer, then we'll be all done. And then I will take leave. Okay? So we're going to put it just for 30 seconds, okay? So is everyone ready?
Yes.
Okay, so you will hear a little chime and then you will stop. And please begin. And I'm watching. Okay. Did anyone feel any stress or strain at all? Nothing. It won't happen.
A little bit here.
Yeah, a little bit here because you are putting a little pressure. So when you are breathing out in Kapalbhati, don't take the stomach in.
Okay.
Cautiously, okay? No. That's why most of the teachers, many of the teachers, they teach Kapalbhati by taking the stomach in, like, and they're dancing with their shoulders. If I have spondylolisthesis in my back, so we tell people who have back problem not to practice Kapalbhati till they learn properly. If it was in person, you come and touch the back, my spine anywhere, you won't even feel the vibration. The slightest vibration will not be there. Okay? So there should be no movement at all. It's just the central government moves, which is the central part of the body. Okay? The state government is still happy all over. Okay? So, Heather, I think I'm done unless there is a question.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
So the apps are coming in response to sniffing out the nose. You don't have to add any pushing of your abs. Is that what you're saying?
No, yes. And Heather, just for everybody and whoever else you're teaching, some of you might have heard that people who want to get into singing, their sinuses are in their way. Okay? So if you do the Kapalbhati pranayam and the Anulom Vilom pranayam properly, many of my students, Kapalbhati, Bhastrika, and Anulom Vilom, they get rid of their sinus, they get rid of their asthma, they get rid of, I have taught one of the very good and very famous chanter, and she used to have nothing but sinus problem. So she used to feel bad about it. The way I taught the pranayam, she says, I can't pay you enough. I said, you don't have to pay me anything. I don't charge generally until unless I do the workshops. Okay? So I met her in one of the studios where she was there for the program and I was there for the program. And I said, do you have a half hour? She did, changed her life. No more sinus. So these are very powerful techniques if they are done properly. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving me extra 15 minutes.
That was amazing. Thank you so
Can I take a screenshot? Can I take a photo with everyone?
Oh, okay, good. Go ahead.
I don't even know how to take a screenshot.
Oh yeah, it's fun. A Zoom shot. Everyone smile. There we go.
Did you get your picture in there too?
I got it, yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Amanda, will you send me that? Because I have no idea how to do a screenshot.
Can you send it to all of us?
Yep, I'm gonna tag at Vocal Yoga on my Instagram. So yes.
And send me one on my email.
Yes, absolutely.
So please give your comments to Heather about how you think about it. And generally in Larry's class, the students, when we have time, they also kind of give their feedback to me. But give your feedback to Heather, and you are most welcome to send me your feedback. That is my way of feeling good about it. So I would very much request every one of you to see if you can communicate back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. God bless you, and you have a wonderful rest of it. I might pop in with Heather's permission in some other program.
Please, pop in anytime.
Yeah, and especially Melanie, thank you so much. Being a teacher, sitting in the class, it's really an honor for me. And Heather,
Thank you.
it's a big honor for me when my teachers are sitting and other teachers are sitting in the class. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Namaste.
All right. How's everybody doing? That was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Right. That was wonderful. Beautiful. Amazing.
I'd love to have Surendra teach because he's the real deal. You're not getting a watered down.
Well, I'm so glad to know that he has workshops.
And yes, and he has workshops, and he's very, very sincere person, loves what he does. So as we were going through some of the pranayam,
Oh, Heather, can I just ask?
Sure.
I guess, I mean, I can look all this up. Since I have not really studied yoga, these names are new to me. I have no idea how to spell them. So do you have a resource of one of your one of your better, I know you've given us some books, the one that's best to get a basic vocabulary?
I'll send you
Kind of a glossary or?
yeah.
Okay.
Now, in one little thing that I have a section on pranayama in my book. And there's some things that are really, really interesting that are just kind of cool to know. So he talked about the seating posture, and yogis, they will sit for hours with their long spine, and you actually build a lot of strength in the sides of your body, actually in your oblique muscles, to be able to sit that long, and then latissimus dorsi in the back. So the actual sitting of pranayamas can be the hardest part. I just wanted to talk about looking in my book for it. We talked about the even the Pingala, but just the Ujjayi. The interesting thing about all of these pranayams is that if you look at my book, I put in the pranayams of different actually historical bel canto singing teachers. So what I've discovered is that a lot of the pranayamas are just like singing exercises that voice teachers have taught for years, a lot of them. The one that they do is a counted inhalation and a counted exhalation, and that in the bel canto school was called the Farinelli exercise. And the Farinelli was the very last castrati. And Farinelli, he swore that the way that he was able to have this incredible breath control that he was famous for was by doing an exercise where he would inhale for 4, hold for 4, and then exhale for 4. And then he'd inhale for 5, hold for 5, exhale for 5. Same thing, inhale for 6, hold for 6, exhale for 6. And this is all in my book. And, it's just like a pranayama. There is a pranayama exactly like that. And then there's another exercise that everybody has done, I'm sure, at some point, where you inhale and then you exhale on a hiss. Right? Leo, you did that, right? Everybody learns to do that. That's the first breathing exercise in voice training that you usually learn, is where you inhale and then you exhale on a hiss. Now, by blocking the sound, it slows down the breathing. So who has not done that exercise before? Anybody not done that exercise? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Yeah, not as a yoga exercise. They teach that in LESAC.
Period. It's a singing exercise, right? You guys all done that? So let's just try it once, okay? So let's inhale, and you're going to inhale the way that whatever way that you were taught right now. I don't even want you to use whatever method you've been taught to inhale, and we'll get into that later. So inhale, and then exhale on a hiss. And we would do that in choir, and you'd see who could go the longest, right? That is actually very similar to a pranayama. And the interesting thing then is, what do? Is we inhale, and then we turn it into a buzzing Z, right? So we add sound to it. So actually go ahead and everybody just inhale, whatever way you normally would. And exhale on a Z. And unmute yourselves. Everybody unmute. Carolina, Leo, will you guys unmute? Yeah, because Zoom teaching is kind of weird, and if you don't have any sound coming back at you, it's just can it's hard to teach if there's no sound coming back to you. So I love how Surendra kept trying to engage you guys. It's like you kind of feel like you have to do that when you're teaching this way. It's like, are you there? I want to be with you, even though I'm on Zoom. I want us together, right? He was saying, I want us to all be sisters and brothers. So I'm sure you guys have done those exercises before, right? So the way the body naturally works is when you inhale, what will happen is that we tend to fill from the bottom, the middle, and then the top tends to fill if the body's in a relaxed state. And then the way exhalation happens is the top comes down, ribs go in, and belly comes in. Now, the thing about that for voice work is we're changing that up. And if you've been in a yoga class, you very often may have done a 3-part breath where they had you feel here, and then here, and then here. And I loved those. I didn't know those. And then you exhale there, you exhale here, and you exhale here. That is actually the way the body normally works. The problem with that is singing or extended voice work, like Shakespeare work, is actually extended exhalation. So we don't want exhalation to actually be its natural way where we stop that way. What we want is we actually want to fill from the bottom. And as you'll notice, I'm going to do it in a 3-part breath and then I'll break it down a little bit. Fill from the bottom, sides fill, and top fill. And then we want to bring in the abs. And by having the abs come in and then hold the chest up as long as is possible, we actually delay the outflow of air from our lungs. So there's different things said in the old Italian books. Some of them say we're holding the air back in the lungs, which we are, but there's not a sense of pressure. There's more of a sense of that the air is coming out slowly. And that's what's happening with Ujjayi breath. When you have Ujjayi breath, what you're doing is you're closing the vocal cords. And you're occluding, we call it a semi-occlusion, which occlusion is just a fancy word for blocking. We're blocking the vocal cords here. Now, when we did the hiss, we're blocking the sound from here, right? Here we're blocking the breath. Why there is a bit of a sound is if we make an H, and that's why he has an H on the exhalation. An H is an aspiration. Everybody make an H. An H is an aspiration. And a lot of people from other countries, they won't have an aspirated H in their language. So a lot of times people will call me Eder. They don't call me Heather from other countries because they don't have and then they don't have a TH. So my name's Eder, or udder, like a cow. So not the most pretty name that way.
Are you saying that when you do the ha, that it's blocking at the larynx?
Well, no, you're closing your cords. So,
Okay.
and tomorrow morning, Melanie is going to talk about the vocal cords. So the vocal cords, they sit horizontally, right behind our larynx. They attach right behind where the notch is, on your larynx. They're horizontal. They're about a 1/2 inch in a woman. I don't know what that is in centimeters. Small. And the men's are maybe a little bigger, but they're very small. And the thing about the vocal cords, which is really interesting, is they can open and close and
interrupt Heather, but I feel that there's a lot of like extra noise coming through, maybe because we're all unmuted. Would it be okay to mute again so we can hear you better?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
I hear no noise. Aw, okay. Twinkle at me so I know you're still there. Okay, that's great. So, so what happens, this is really interesting. So we tell singers if they need to go in voice rest, not to look at their music, because if they look at their music, their vocal cords will actually start to work silently as if they were singing, which is interesting. So, and that's happened to me before where I've looked at music and then I really fell in line.
Yeah, they find that people do that when they read aloud or like read to themselves as well. They're reading a book and they find that some actual like chord closure is happening.
Exactly. So which is something we wouldn't think about. So that's why they say imagine sa in, ha out. If you actually just think ha, you're going to close your chords. The chords aren't completely closed, but they're closed enough to create a little bit of a leak of air. What that does is it extends the airflow. That's the whole purpose of Ujjayi breathing, is to slow down the breath. And the same thing is when we do the hiss, any of these sort of things that they teach you, that's to extend out your airflow by slowing down the air. And there's been all sorts of things that have been used. There's been a candle where you put a candle in front of you and you have to blow out so slowly so that the candle stays steady. That's a really, really actually kind of a cool exercise. Now, the thing about the body is that where it gets tricky about the body is that we need to have an open posture. We need to have a high chest open posture for singing. Now, the thing about that is tricky is, well, how's that going to happen? Because this is what happens, especially when we're doing something really loud, the rib cage is going to want to collapse. So what we have to learn to do is practice to hold the rib cage up. And now we're not going to hold the rib cage up by the abs, because one way to hold the rib cage up is you pull your abs in. That is one of the purpose of the transverse abdominal muscle, which is the corset muscle that goes around, is to hold your chest up. So if I have a beautiful, nice high chest like that, but can I breathe? No, I'm obstructing some of my breath if I hold my chest up that way. So what we do is we develop the rhomboids in our back. And we develop the back muscles. The rhomboids, can you guys see my back? They're the muscles between your shoulder blades. So if you guys pull, everybody's done, I'm sure, exercises where you have to pull your shoulder blades together in the back. If you pull your shoulder blades together and down, imagine they come together and down, your chest stays up. And then it's kind of like, okay, that's great, but that's not really comfortable, right? So we actually train our body to do that. And I'm going to show you some of my favorite ways to train the body to do that. So one of my favorite ways is called a Brugger's. And it's a physical therapy exercise. So everybody, if you can, stand up. Want to get us up a little bit because we must all be tired of sitting, I would think, by now. Okay, so with Brugger's, put myself back up here. I'm still spotlit. Okay. Do you see me big? Do you guys all see me big? Okay. So Brugger's is wonderful. I love this. Okay, so Brugger's is a really easy way to set your posture so you have good alignment. And what's fun about it is it's so easy. So what you're going to do is just going to bring your arms up 90 degrees and make hitchhiker thumbs up. And then you're just going to open your arms and you'll feel your shoulders start to rotate back. You'll feel your shoulder blades come together and down. And then just drop your arms and bring them out a little bit. And breathe. That is Brugger's. Now I use this throughout the day because, especially with Zooming, because I'm finding that I'm starting to get what I call furniture disease, where my chest is sinking into my drawers. Really great joke, right? So how does that feel, you guys? And don't overdo it. You don't have to go really, really far. Just enough to where you feel your shoulder blades pull down your back, your chest is high, and then we train the body actually to learn to maintain that posture. So we're actually training the pecs major and minor, and the pecs, the minor pecs are really important to open up. Does that feel good? And then the head, right? The head, it feels weird to have your head forward, so we want to bring the head back and have a long back of the neck. And that feels really good after being on the computer. Do we like the way that feels? Let's see, Manette, straighten your arms out to the side.
I was just practicing the move.
Oh, yeah. How to get in. Yeah, it's just, boop. This is used in physical therapy. So I've stolen a lot of stuff from physical therapy. Just
because I was taught something to do this and out. I like this. Different. I like this better.
This is literally like that. This is.
I like this better.
This actually specifically is from physical therapy, and we use it in yoga therapy, and it is designed specifically for that purpose. And I find it's more specific. It's more exact. So that should feel pretty good, right? So then so you can play with that, and eventually what you'll notice is holding your chest up is pretty easy. To feel my chest up a little bit, what I do is I come here and I find the ribs here on the bottom, and there's a little pyramid shape. And so if I drop my ribs, sink my shoulders forward, those ribs drop a little bit, right? And then what I find is that my rib cage is completely closed. I didn't even know I did this until I started teaching a long time ago, because I hadn't been a professional opera singer. Whole time I sang, I always, just by lifting my chest, had this area just a little open. Can you guys feel that, where it's just a little open? And then the training, which the actual training that those that are Fitzmaurice teachers, that Catherine wants to train, is what's called appoggio for speech. Appoggio means leaning. So what appoggio means is that the muscles of inhalation are leaning against the muscles of exhalation. Our muscles of inhalation are the diaphragm that comes down and the costal muscles. We may not be aware that when the diaphragm comes down, that the bottom rib moves, but it always moves. So find what we call your 10th rib in the front. The 10th rib is a super important rib in singing. Get myself ahead. The 10th rib is super important because this rib, if we belly breathe, it moves. So do what we would call belly breathing, where just the belly is coming out, which we were doing some. Do you notice how there's some movement in that rib? It lifts up a little bit and it moves. A lot of people are unaware of that movement of that rib. You can see mine lifts up. Now it's going to be a different amount for different people. Who does not feel that rib move? I can see Carolina's move. So they talk a lot about learning to diaphragmatically breathe. I want to say one thing: all breath is diaphragmatic. So I don't tell people to diaphragmatically breathe because it's incorrect. I will say deeply diaphragmatically breathe, because what induces breath is the brain, way in the very back of the brain. I always mess this up, medulla oblonga. That is where the nerves are that send the message to the diaphragm to drop, to lower, which makes us want to suck in air because the ribs have expanded, the diaphragm's dropped, and the lungs feel a little empty, so we inhale. And then there is a natural occurrence always for the diaphragm to recoil and for the ribs to recoil. And then that makes the lungs feel crowded and we exhale, right? Now, when we're doing a deep diaphragmatic breath, which we want to do for singing or extended voice use, we first thing we always have to do is have the abs relaxed. So what can happen is some people will rib swing breathe. There were two different schools of thought of breathing, more than two, but some advocated rib swing only. You have to be careful with that the belly doesn't pull in. I could rib swing and pull my abs in. So, so put your hand in your belly and just breathe just from pulling the ribs out. You can breathe that way. Okay, now don't think about the ribs and just breathe into the belly. Now, if you put your hands right here at the very bottom rib and your thumb around, your floating ribs for most people are down around the waist and they only go this far. Some people have some that curl around a little bit to the front. Not that many. I call them a new species, the people that have the ribs that curl around to the front. Most of them, it's just to here. And so that's why if you put your hands here on those floating ribs, and we don't have a lot of sensation of the floating ribs and on the bottom rib. And if you belly breathe, go back to belly breathing, you'll probably feel those ribs moving. A lot of people are thinking that it's just the abdominal viscera moving out, but it's your ribs opening too. So all the way back in the 1800s, there were two main ideas about breathing within the Italian school. There was the school of Lamperti. Lamperti was a fabulous teacher. His methods are still terrific today, but he said belly breathing only, abdominal breathing only. You should only breathe in your belly. Now, basically what he was trying to say is he didn't want to see a lot of displacement of the chest. But he said belly breathing only. And then you had Manuel Garcia, who is considered the father of singing because he invented what's called the laryngoscope, which they still use today. It's a mirror on a long silver piece of metal, and they stick it in your mouth to look at your vocal cords. Ever had that done, anybody? Tonsils, vocal cords, different things. So Manuel Garcia said, no, rib swing breathing, right? Meaning that you should think about the ribs when you breathe. Now, but he did say to relax the abs. So breathe and think about your ribs opening. Now breathe just thinking belly. Now think just ribs, and don't try to force anything. Keep it pretty small. Think ribs opening. Think belly now. Now put your hands on your waist, and a full breath is called a full respiro. Respiro. A full respiro is a breath where you have time. Belly can open and the ribs open out. You've got time for that. The half respiro is a catch breath, where you have to breathe really quickly. And that's what we use most of the time when we're singing. And Catalina asked me yesterday, because I talked a little bit about nose breathing and the benefits of that in yoga. In voice work, we mouth breathe. Some people learn in singing to nose and mouth breathe at the same time, but you can't nose breathe quickly. And most of the time when we're singing a song, or doing text, we are doing catch breaths. We don't have time to take a long breath, right? If I'm going to sing Amazing Grace, right? I'm going to have my full breath. How sweet the sound. We just don't have time to do that, right? So if we want to take a catch breath, most of the time, if I do it to my nose, I'll go, Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a soul like me. It would be weird to nose breathe. We never do that. But a lot of people that take yoga and then they go to start to sing, they will do that. They'll sniff in their nose. And the problem with sniffing is that the nose is full of all sorts of little chambers called turbinates. And these chambers actually suck together and close when you try to sniff fast. So everybody take a fast sniff and notice that. Close. And there's a guy, a pop singer that I know that does that. And he's really famous, but he sniffs. And every time he breathes. And so when he sings, he's actually really nasal sounding. Everything is somewhat focused there. Okay, so the question is belly breathing better or is a rib swing breath better? So I want you guys to practice the catch breath and decide. So put your hands here. So you're kind of around both areas. And then what I want you to do is you're going to take a half respiro, which is called a catch breath. Now, the way this was taught is they said, imagine a happy surprise. And you're going to be excited. And you're going to take a breath and you're going to go, oh, oh, oh,
Oh.
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 Oh, and put on the silly face too, because it helps. What do you guys see happens in the core of your body when you do that? Let me watch some bodies.
Hi. Hi.
But make it silent too. Make that inhalation completely silent. So I am saying ribs open quickly and the belly pops out. Feel that, Leo? That is actually, so what we discovered in voice science is that most of the time we're belly breathing and rib swinging simultaneously. And there was a fight forever, and there's still, in the world of voice work for theater, there's still arguments of should it be a belly breath or a rib swing breath. What we discovered in voice science is that one does not happen independently of the other. And we're going to use the breathing in some different ways for some different things. So if I need a really, really fast breath, I may just take a little abdominal release. I may just be like, I do know that I always have to let my abs out some. I can have abs and ribs or abs and a little ribs. I cannot pull my belly in. If I pull my belly in, I am pushing my body into exhalation. I'm pushing my diaphragm up. Remember that relationship of the transverse abdominis? Actually, this way to the diaphragm. If I pull my belly in, I push my diaphragm up. So that's one little rhyme I have. I say, when in doubt, belly out. The belly always has to release out. I don't know how much Catherine stresses that now, but I think that's important. She talks a lot about rib swing breathing, which is completely fine. But sometimes I don't know what she stresses, that the belly also has to release. Who was last in the training? Leo, you or?
I was 2015, so.
Well, that's not that long. Did she stress the belly?
What I remember is that she had the rib swing and then not the belly really engaged, but the lower transverse. So you leave the belly soft when you engage just comes in with the below that with the transverse, and you don't bring in the belly. That it's soft. It's I think the way I would you keep it soft as the ribs swing out, and you support it lower with the transverse. And that's how I understood it.
Yeah, so that would work. That would work. That the belly is relaxed, as long as the belly's soft and doesn't pull in on you, then you're in good shape. Okay, now Apagio. Let's see if I have this here. Do right here. Okay. Now, so basically, that's right. You want the ribs will come. So you can focus. Honestly, you can focus on either the belly or the ribs. Sometimes you may just take a very small little belly release. So in all honesty, we use both. So I'll use a belly release if I just need a little sip of air for something, or if I forgot to take air, I'll use a little belly release. But if I'm going to belt something, I will actually open up my rib cage. And in opera, we actually open our rib cage up quite open, and we keep it that way. We train in opera to hold the rib cage really open, because by opening the rib cage this way, you have more of your lungs actually opened. The lungs only open as much as the container. So by opening the rib cage really hugely, then I'll have a lot of power. Now the deal, I don't want to blow my neighbors out, but I'm very loud. The deal about holding the rib cage open is this is also for rock singing or belting, right? So if the rib cage is up and open, and if we hold it maybe extra wide, and we only do this is musical theater, rock, belting, we may add arms. So at the end of a show, when you see big arms, that's to pull your rib cage out, if you're smart. I have a friend, Faith Prince. I always know when she's going for a high note. She was an Annie in different shows on Broadway. She'll start, and her rib cage gets a little big, and then she's going up to a great big belting note, and she'll put one arm up. Always has something that opens the rib cage, some posture. So a lot of times you'll see that. In church singing, I have classical singing, I've seen tenors bring their arms back and lift their rib cage like that. Right? So there's different things that you'll see of people swelling the rib cage. Reason why is it holds the air back in the lungs so the air does not rush to your vocal cords, to the glottis. So literally you're holding the air back in your lungs posturally. So because of that, everybody needs to have a lot of expansion in their costal muscles of their ribs. And we're going to do a lot of things for that. Why costal expansion is so important? The Institute of Aging says that they can tell how long you're going to live by your respiratory health. So if your lungs are really healthy, you live longer. And one of the things that's really interesting is Manuel Garcia and Lamperti, both of them lived to be, one was 101 and I think the other one was 100 in the 1800s. That's huge. The life expectancy was maybe 40, right? So we have to have a lot of flexibility of our rib cage for voice work, also for voice work for actors, right? Yelling, screaming, you want to have that rib cage open if you're screaming. Now, what is support? So support is something that's talked about a lot. So support is actually engagement of the abdominal muscles so that you're controlling exhalation. So every time actually you speak or sing, the abdominal muscles should be engaged. So when I teach, my abs are bouncing around a little bit because I'm engaging my abs when I talk, and I'll show you the easiest way to do that tomorrow. The reason why we want the abs to engage is that one of the reasons is that when the abs engage, they are controlling the return of the diaphragm back to its original position, but also the transverse abdominal muscle, when it starts to move in, it holds your chest up and open. So if you find this little V shape here that I was talking about, and you inhale a little, just a little bit of air, you'll feel that lift up. And then if you pull your belly in, it holds these ribs open. So apagio, which means leaning, means that the muscles of exhalation, and we don't think of the abdominal muscles of exhalation, but they are. The two major muscles of exhalation are the transverse and the obliques. So right now, fill up your belly with air and blow out by pulling your abs in. They assist in exhalation. Also on the sides, they assist strongly in exhalation, especially in coughing. So everybody cough. You'll probably feel those obliques really squeezing in. So they're really strong muscles of exhalation. The transverse is a little more gentle unless we consciously engage it. So that's why in Fitzmaurice voice work, we talk a lot about using the transverse for support. Now, let's take a look at the transverse. So, screen share. Right here is the transverse abdominis. It actually attaches to the pubic crest, comes along, attaches to a aponeurosis, this is called, which is fascia, thick layers of fascia. They've rolled back the other ones here. Comes along and attaches to the top of your hip, which is called the iliac crest, comes around, comes in under here and attaches to the fascia layer. There's a fascia layer in the back. And it comes in and the diaphragm, see the diaphragm coming this way? This fascia comes in and weaves in there. Now, then it comes up and the very back of it attaches to what's called the xiphoid process, which is that little part of the very bottom of your sternum that if you ever press on it, feels sensitive. You don't want to press hard on it, but it's at the very bottom, there's a little tiny process. You may not actually feel it, but you'll feel something that says, don't press on me.
Yeah, why is that, Heather? Why is that so sensitive?
Because it's a little bone and you can break it.
Yeah.
You can break that bone.
Interesting.
So it's sensitive to warn you basically that it's fragile. Leave me alone. The diaphragm is attached to the back of that. That's the lowest part of the diaphragm. Diaphragm never comes out of the rib cage, right? Now,
so the transverse goes all the way up to
all the way up and weaves in. So this gives the question of how do you teach someone to feel their support? Well, support is engagement of the whole transverse and some of the obliques on the side, as secondary support muscles, and even some of the muscles in the back. The whole core can act like a sphincter, controlling your exhalation. So you can't really pinpoint somewhere on here and say, you should feel it here, or you should feel it here. It goes back to the length of someone's torso. Richard Miller, who's was a very famous vocal pedagogue who I studied under, he said that it makes most sense to pull the abs in at the upper part. So if you pull those in, everybody try that. Just make a sound and do a shh right there. Shh, 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 shh. That does pop your ribs open quite well, right? Shh, 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 shh. But what we just, and then Catherine, that's how she used to teach. When I took the course in 2005, that's how
I'll tell you, she tells you to engage the transfers by pretending you're putting on a really tight pair of jeans, which is down.
Yeah, because you suck, well, it'll be, yeah, because that's the bottom part of your transfers. So if you suck the bottom part in, you're probably going to suck the whole part in.
Okay, so if you do that, the whole thing's going to.
Yeah, so that's just to give you sensation of, look how skinny I am. The transverse is the muscle that we pull in. It's a corset, wraps around. That's the muscle that we pull in when we're at the beach and we want to look thin, or we're anywhere in Hollywood and we want to look thin, right? Or we wore our best spandex dress and we want to look thin. We pull the transverse in. Now,
Heather?
yes.
I imagine that like all the fascia layers in transverse and also connecting the transverse to the rib cage, to the
Oblique muscles.
diaphragm and to the backbones,
Right.
are like also very important for like rib swing and the flexibility of the transverse muscle.
Flexibility is important, absolutely. Yeah. So if your transverse is really tight, your ribs aren't going to open very well.
Right.
So it's absolutely related. And that's why Catherine drapes people over the ball. So those of you who don't know, we have a exercise that we do where we hang someone over a big rubber exercise ball just to stretch out their core.
So that's what I'm having trouble balancing between is obviously you deconstructed, open to make all this soft and open and loose. And then obviously I guess it's the restructuring is how you, opening and being open is important, but then, how you combine that and the support is
Well,
always.
we'll play that with that tomorrow. I'm going to make it so simple. So here's the deal. You each have your own transfers. It each is long or thin. I do not have the kind of space between my hip and my bottom rib that this person has. I have, let's see, my bottom of my rib is here. My top of my hip is here. I have hardly any space, right, between the two. So I'm going to have a different sensation. So and we're going to explore this a lot tomorrow, when you breathe, and then what's commonly used to feel what we call support is some sort of semi-occluded sound, like a shh, 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 shh. Where does your abdomen come in? It's going to be different on everybody. I can't tell you. What I have to do is I have to ask you to explore when you do some SHs, where do you feel the belly kick in? And you may not have good proprioception, so we're going to do this on the floor tomorrow. We're not even going to bother with standing, because when you're standing, your transverse is also hugely involved in structural support, and so are your obliques. So the question, and this is a big problem in teaching support, is that how do we isolate out these muscles that are involved in breathing, the breathing muscles? How do we isolate them out from being structural support muscles? They're busy. Once we're up, they're busy. They may not want to do that. So I don't want to get you on your back this late in the day, because you will fall asleep. We're going to do that tomorrow morning. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. Why apogea is the muscles of inhalation are the diaphragm, which is in here. They're actually showing it to you kind of like that. And then there will be muscles between the rib cage. Those muscles leaning against the abdominal muscles. And it was called la lotte vocale, which is who's going to win? Are these muscles going to overpower the inhalation muscles, or are the inhalation muscles going to overpower the exhalation muscles? And everybody's had a moment when they're singing where it feels like, oh my God, my air is just going forever. What's happening? I feel like I'm in this state of suspension where my body is just working amazingly. And that's when you have that perfect, what they call apogeo of each set of muscles leaning on the other. And it also has a lot to do with learning to spin sound, which we're going to play with. Because there's a lot of stuff that's been handed down in the schools of singing that are not, they're not easy to explain, right? So something in the world of singing that we talk about a lot is spin. Somebody will say, oh, wow, that note, you'll come out of an audition and you'll say to someone, how was your audition? And they'll say, oh, that last note just spun like crazy. I think I may have gotten the job. And another singer will be like, yeah, oh, I could not get my air to spin today. My air was in my socks. I don't, no way do I have that job. And singers can tell sometimes. While I have this head open, let me start at the top and show you, here's a nasal cavity. They're showing you some of the turbinates, these are called. These are little channels. And there's a whole lot of them. It's very difficult if you have a sinus infection. If you go to a doctor and they try to look in your nose, they can't see in all the turbinates. They'll usually say, sometimes they can see something and they'll say, whoa, take this medication right away. But a lot of times they can't see inside these turbinates. And if we come back here a little bit, on the end of here would be your uvula, depending on where you live, the little punching bag. This is the tongue. I like everybody to see the tongue. It's huge. So we're going to talk about tongue tension because the tongue is huge and the tongue attaches all the way to the hyoid bone, which is a little bone here, the only free floating bone in the body. We're going to explore that. And you come down here and there are your vocal cords right there, right? So, into more of that sort of stuff. Okay, so I want to do a couple more things for the body while I, how are we? Are we exhausted? We okay? Anybody have a doorway nearby? We have a doorway they can use?
Door, yes, behind.
Yeah. So have any of you guys ever done, I'll show you, let's see. Be able to see myself. Spotlight myself. Okay. So I'm going to come to my door, right? I'm going to open my door. Tomorrow we're going to be all set up for yoga. And you guys see me?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to come up to your wall. Going to put your right leg, you get pretty close. You're going to put, over this a little bit so you can see my legs. You're going to put your right leg in front of your left. Just be in a comfortable stance. And then you're going to take your arm. Now you can't see my arm. Can you guys see my arm?
Yeah. Yes.
You're going to take your arm and put it in the door frame. And then, a couple ways to teach this. You're going to turn out. And breathe. Feel a nice stretch, right? Then come the other way. And I'm trying to think of it. We come this way. Actually, I really should be on this side, right? And I'm going to once again stretch.
What do you can't see what you're doing to your head.
I'm just moving it left and right.
Oh, okay.
And then come out.
It's kind of like a supported twist.
Yes. But basically to open up your shoulders. I'm going to come back to my floor. Sit on my cat. And are you guys sitting, most of you now?
Yeah.
I want to do a couple of head things. Now, when I get into head and neck exercises, I actually like to add humming. And I don't know if how many of you have been doing any humming work. So when I talked about the nose area yesterday, that there are, he mentioned it today about how you'll get shiny skull. Why you get shiny skull is that those are the nerve endings from the olfactory bulbs being stimulated, and they go right up into your ethmoid, through your ethmoid skull, and light up your endorphins. So that's why you get what we call shiny skull. And which feels really good as long as you don't get a headache. If you get a headache, you have to stop, right? So I'm sure we've all done head rolls and side twists and things. I learned something recently that I love, which if your neck is really tight, mine feels tight today, I'm actually going to do is you can do this on the side of your chair, you can do it on the floor. I'm going to take my arm and I'm going to prop my arm up. And first I'm going to start a bit of a hum. Why humming? Stimulates your sinuses and also stimulates your olfactory bulbs. And it also releases what's called nitrate oxide. And nitrate oxide is a healing gas. So actually humming, we have found, heals your sinuses, as Surendra was talking about, because it's a healing gas. And interestingly enough, if you do a lot of humming, the actual nitrate oxide gets down to your cells and it actually heals on a cellular level. This is what is believed right now. So I'm going to prop my arm up. I'm going to start with a little hum. And I'm going to direct that hum down the back of my neck. And actually take your hand and put your hand on the back of the neck. And if you hum, it's actually in your spine. Did you guys feel that? Thumbs up if you felt it. So we can actually direct sound to different parts of our body. And since everything I love is vocal yoga, I started playing with humming. And so instead of just doing regular neck rolls, I found that if I hummed into my neck released easier. And there was more of a soothing feeling to it. So, but what we're going to do is going to play with propping an arm up, and then watch first. I'm going to roll my head down, and then I'm going to lean it. I'm just going to lean it. So I'm bringing the shoulder up. I'm going to lean it on my shoulder, and then I'm going to hum. Now, if that's not, then I like to use my hand to bring my head back up. If that's not enough stretch for you, you can walk this hand out a little to the right. You should feel a pretty big stretch along here. And the one way that we usually stretch is we will start side. You can also go diagonal. But the way to get into this is through a roll. So you would start with a hum and roll. And I can keep my neck in a diagonal. If I need more stretch, I'm going to take my arm out to the side. It looks weird, but it's pretty comfortable.
I've actually had somebody say, pretend I'm petting a cat.
Yeah, the thing about the neck is a place where we hold a lot of tension, right? Everybody holds a lot of tension in the neck. So to just take your neck and hang it, we're hanging 15 pounds. So the support, you can be, I'm either on my fingertips here, or I can drop my hand all the way down. But the support, this I can relax. It takes 33 seconds for a muscle to relax. So you need to hang out for a while, right? So try it again. Come down, roll into it. Start with the hum. We'll do the other side. You can do a diagonal where your nose, I'm kind of looking down. I'm not complete to my side. I can hang out there, and then I can roll to this side. I can hang out there. I can roll a little bit to my back and hang out. I can take any of those positions. Don't drop your head all the way back, though. You can be there, out a little, sideways, in a little. But most important is to hum. When I have my head in this position, I feel a real nice vibration across my collarbone. Your bones conduct vibration the easiest. Control.
Heather, do you think it's safe to do exercises besides just like the long tones like that while you're doing that exercise?
Excuse me?
Do you think it's safe to do like vocal exercises on a hum while you're doing that, or do you just do long tones?
You could. Yeah, you could. It's good. Actually, I like to, and if someone holds, it gets pretty obvious when you see people engaging the strap muscles of their neck. So things like that could be interesting to try vocalize on.
What would that be? I'm sorry, I don't understand what kind of.
A vocalize is just a vocal exercise. So, and another nice thing to do, it was really interesting to me. I don't know if it was to you that when we put our hands in different places, that the breath went right there. So there's a wonderful guy named Matthew Taylor who teaches as part of the Loyola Marymount yoga program. And I love him because he talks a lot about the laying of hands. And the laying of hands has been done as healing work forever, where people have laid hands on other people. But this is something that I learned from him, which is so fascinating, is that where do you think, it's kind of like, I always give my students the answer. Where do you think there is a huge amount of nerve endings in our body? where do you think they might congregate? In our hands, the sense of touch. The other place where there is a huge amount is the tongue, right? Well, actually, if we put our hand on an area that is sore, and that's the first thing we do, something hurts, we put our hand on it unconsciously. It actually, what happens is if we put our hand on an area that needs healing, the signals in the hands are stimulated. And so the hands right away send a signal to the brain to say, bring attention to this part of the body. So it's actually been proven now that the laying of your own hands on yourself actually really works. So I love that. I've been using a lot of that since then. And sometimes I will combine the laying of my hands, for example, on my neck and humming. So actually try that. Put your hands on your neck and hum. Did any of you start to feel the area release? It can assist.
You know, if I can ask you, when I was doing my Fitzmaurice training, Micah Espinoza was there, and I did a private. She just barely took her middle finger and just barely touched at that
Right, the occiput.
And it just like the relaxation was amazing, just for that tiny, just bare touch right there at that.
That's a major shiatsu point right there.
That's just such light. It was so light. It was just like barely with her middle finger. She just touched it, and it just sent waves of relaxation through.
Yeah, that can happen. Absolutely. Things to explore. I explore everything on myself and then on my husband. And I'll say, it has to be amazing, and then he'll let me know the truth. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about some body stuff, since you guys have done so much thinking stuff today. One of my very favorite things for the neck is, so at the very base of our skull, we have all these little tiny muscles. And these little tiny muscles are often the muscles that cause us headaches. And there's a really good exercise I learned from a chiropractor that's really good for the base of the skull. Also, the base of the skull is a place where people often brace in voice work. They'll tighten this area in voice work. So what I want you to do is draw a little infinity symbol with your nose. And, it's an 8 on its side. So just draw. A little bigger. Keep it small, don't get too big. And you may want to get a little bigger once you get used to that. That's one of my favorites. And I have singers sometimes use that. Laura, you were talking about people with doing neck things while someone's doing the vocalese. I will have people do voice exercises while doing this, especially as they get higher up the scale, because the tendency is to brace the back of the head. And that's just not good to do. Okay, now we're going to play with the little myofascial, one of my favorite myofascial exercises. So the fascia, Oh, I found a really cool video for fascia, but it's not too creepy. And I'm going to give you these videos.
Just in the minute, Emil.
Love this. Let me hit share screen. No, let me open this up first. I was so happy I found this because otherwise you'd be looking at a human cadaver.
Cool.
Whoops, wait a minute.
Hello, my name is Dr. Aaron LeBauer.
Hang on, Dr. Aaron. All right, where's my share screen? This is where.
There you go.
Share screen, do you see him?
Yeah.
We have to see his intro because he's just so sweet. All right.
Hello, my name is Dr. Aaron LeBauer of LeBauer Physical Therapy, and I'm here in the kitchen preparing some chicken salad, and I came across an example of fascia. This is an awesome example of fascia, and a lot of people ask me, what is it? Fascia is the connective tissue, or it's a connective tissue that supports and surrounds every muscle, organ, cell of your body. It's an important tissue because restrictions in fascia can cause pain and dysfunction. And I use myofascial release as a main treatment technique in my practice. And a lot of people ask what it is, and so I say it's the membrane or the covering on the breast of the chicken or the gristle on your steak, but this is an awesome example right here. This is the membrane and fascia that separates the chicken tender from the chicken breast. And see, I can pick up the whole thing by the fascia right there. It's really, really tough. But if I pick it up by the muscle, I can't even pick it up by the muscle because the muscle comes off. So, I'll try to pick it up by the muscle there again. But if I pick it up by the fascia, so as you can see, it's incredibly strong. And a restriction in this can exert enormous forces on the body, the soft tissue, and can cause a lot of pain and dysfunction. So we can get really close. See through it, it's transparent. So, anyways, that is fascia.
Isn't that great?
It's great.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I stopped eating meat, because I used to pick out that from chicken all when I was younger, and I was like, just forget it, just all of it.
Like, what is that?
So
Eek. I know, right? Okay, so this is an exercise that I do a lot, and my students do it a lot too. They'll come in and usually they do the yoga strap exercise first. So get your yoga straps, and then they love this one. And what we're going to do is you're going to take your hand, and you're just going to rest your hand on the side of the neck. Now, this hand stays here. The other hand does the work. Going to take the other hand, and with the other hand, you're going to first just apply a pressure, but use your top hand. And then you're going to, with the top hand, just pull a little down and forward. And then go really slowly, and you want to drag the skin because the fascia is under the skin here and on top of the muscle. So really slowly using your top hand's pressing down, and it's dragging, and I'm staying off my larynx. I'm right to the side of my larynx. And then I'm going to just really, really slowly bring it down. Relax your jaw, relax your tongue, let your mouth fall open a little bit. And I'm sliding it down so slowly. I'm over my collarbone now. Make sure you're breathing. And you can keep going all the way down. Does that feel incredible? And then I like to sometimes, I'm bringing the palm of my hand across here. This whole area can get tired or sore. A lot of times we don't give that much attention to the area above the collarbone, but we've got some important muscles that attach. The great big one, the sternocleidomastoid. Sterno means it comes from the sternum, actually. Cleidoid, and attaches to the clavicle and mastoid process. So that's that big one that you can usually grip your finger on, right? And then we have lots of strap muscles, which there, you can see mine there when I turn. Lots of strap muscles in the neck. Let's do the other side. You can do it either way. You can do one hand there and one hand pull, one hand pull. See which is more comfortable for you. Which hand to have the working hand, which hand to have the resting hand. We're all a little different that way. So I'm going to do the other side. I'm going to rest. I've got my hand here, got a little bit around to the side because I want to get that sternocleidomastoid muscle. These are all accessory breathing muscles, by the way. So they pull up the clavicle and the front of the rib cage, especially in sympathetic fight or flight breathing or breath holding. All right, so press in first, let your jaw and tongue go. And this can get into jaw tension, so if you may feel some pulling behind your jaw, and then slide, and sliding along the skin, feeling like you're dragging your skin, that's the effect that you want. And you can add humming. How's that feel?
relaxed.
Feels
Very
good,
nice.
right?
Is that a technique you can apply to other fascia as well?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so you can also use the massage balls, those massage balls that we're going to get. I'm going to show you some more things. One place where I also like to use that is right along this part of my body, and I like to put it right, one hand up here, right on the side of my sternum. If you press along here, sometimes these muscles, these rib muscles, and the muscle that splays in between here, the thoracic muscle, can be a little sore. So it can be nice to put your hand on there and actually go down the side of your rib cage. Leo, you could do this down your wife's back along the side of her spine.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
I'd like to have. You can try this on your baby.
Well, I haven't tried any fascia release things on Maya yet. Just massaging with almond oil, her feet and her legs and arms and belly.
Does she love it?
Yeah, she loves it. She relaxes. But I haven't really tried to figure out how her fascia.
Her fascia is probably pretty liquid right now.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, because she's very soft.
Yeah, and everything's very soft, and it's great to watch them breathe because their bellies are still really soft and open, and there's no restriction. So basically, if you have a baby available or a small kid, it's really good to watch them breathe, because that's all of these breathing techniques that exist are to get you back to breathing like a baby. How does a baby breathe? How do their ribs open?
You know what that makes me wonder? It makes me wonder if during pregnancy, if a woman's fascia doesn't become softer.
I'm sure the fascia does expand. Absolutely, in the pregnancy area, you would have to. Everything expands.
And have to soften to do that.
Although I have seen some women, very skinny women, sometimes in Los Angeles, who have babies, and it doesn't look like anything grows. Hardly. Like their body still looks really almost too tight. Okay.
Probably not gaining enough weight.
Pardon me?
They're probably not gaining enough weight either.
No. Not at all. Okay, so I want to show you a couple more exercises before we break that are really fun. So part of my routine is I'll do my head rolls or just regular neck releases. But I usually start, from the top down. And I like to get into the neck area. I find these are the very best to release the neck. And then I like to do something for the trapezius muscle, so we've talked yesterday, Jenny talked about fight or flight, and we didn't get that much into what the muscles of fight or flight are. But what do you guys think the first muscle might be?
Cool.
The jaw, right? And actually, if you put your hands up here on the side of your head and chew, you have a muscle up here that's involved in chewing called the temporalis muscle. If you clench your jaw at night, you'll get headaches here. Or if you clench your jaw in the daytime, you'll get headaches here. So the first muscle of defense is our jaw, and this muscle as well, so that we can bite people, right? I like to bite people when they walk by. Not really, but This is the masseter muscle, is the strongest muscle in the body. You've got the masseter muscle in here and the pterygoid underneath. Major fight or flight muscle. Next set of fight or flight muscles are going to be the muscles that control your arms. So you can either block or fight. So neck and shoulders, right? You can see, and on me, the trapezius is a huge triangle-shaped muscle that goes down your back. I can like flex my trapezius. There it is on the top. And that's what we're designed to flex that muscle, creates a shell on the back, right? And then to be able to have really quick reflexes from the shoulder blades. So that's the reason why we get tension up here. It's completely unconscious, but a lot of times through the day, little bits of tension and release, predominantly emotional things, but they cause all of this tension in here. After your jaw and your shoulders, the next place that braces is your abdomen, because if your belly is nice and soft and loose, well, if I'm another animal, I'm going to bite you there right away. So we brace our abs, and then the psoas muscle for running, kicking, escaping. Those are our major muscles. And I'll talk about those again, so don't feel like you have to memorize those because it's at the end of the day. But that's why I like to start from the top. I'll sometimes even start with just some massaging of the temporalis muscle. And then I'll come into doing some myofascial release, like this right here. And then we'll do, I may even do the myofascial release, as I said, down my sternum.
Do you ever do any releasing of this?
Pardon me?
Do you ever do any release of the masseter muscle?
Oh yeah, and we're going to do that. I have a series of masseter release muscles. But this is the best thing I found. I love this. You can start here, or you can even start in your collarbone. I love this particular exercise. I just find it's really effective and it works, which is what is most important. Okay, I'm going to make a note of where I left off.
You know what I love thinking about while doing that? Author Lessig has this idea of moving molecule by molecule.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love that.
Atom by atom, molecule by molecule.
We left off at the neck. So we'll do the upper shoulder trapezius exercises tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to do some more things somewhat like this, and we're going to do learn about the vocal cords, and in the afternoon or evening, Tara's going to come and we're going to do some yoga. Nothing too strenuous. So because I know it'll be late for some of you guys. Any questions, by the way? I know you're getting a lot of material thrown at you.
So just very practical question. All these small exercises that we're doing now, is there like a list of it in the Dropbox somewhere?
I've actually written them all down.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wrote them all down. They're going to my second book.
Do we have them in the Dropbox or?
Not yet, but they will be. They're going in. There's a lot of stuff in the Dropbox. Did you guys look in there yet?
Yeah, I did. I think I was wondering.
I need to organize it though, and I don't know how to do that.
Is it in order of how we should look at it?
No, it's not in order, and I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to ask one of my assistants to help me with that. She was supposed to have already done that, and she wasn't available. So I want to get those in order because I start out with fight or flight, things that I usually do that lecture that Jenny does, but I decided to have her do it now. So I have some materials that support what Jenny talked about, and then moving into the stuff that we're going to do now. We will review breathing a little bit because I feel like we've all talked about it, but I have a really nice little video I'd like you guys to see.
Heather, I just wanted to add something because somebody asked a question earlier about pregnancy and the muscles and the tissues. So in my yoga book, it's saying relaxin hormone is what softens all the connective tissue during pregnancy, which is why when you're teaching a pregnant woman for yoga, you have to be really careful that she doesn't stretch too much because she can overstretch. So that is the name of the hormone, relaxin, that relaxes all the tissues and widens the cervix and all that. So I'm guessing connective tissue would mean probably like the fascia and the ligaments and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, everything would relax. The fascia would have to. Yeah, because as we get older, people, whatever shape their fascia is in is the shape they end up in. So if you see somebody and their body's kind of like this, their fascia froze in that shape from habitual patterns of posture, right? People, that's one of the great things about yoga is it keeps your fascia looser. Stretching is super, super important. Stretching is, so the main way to keep your fascia loose is stretching. Stretching, and then if there are any areas that need to be worked out somewhat, techniques like what I'm showing you, where you pull on this, you pull on the skin.
You know, just real quickly,
superficial fascia though, like I couldn't get into my fascia around my kidneys, for example, but there's fascia around everything.
I just want to share. I went on a somatic intensive online, and there was a fellow who said that he didn't like that stretching actually is how the body goes in fight and flight. Instead of the idea of stretching, it's reaching, because there's a difference between stretching, because stretching is actually a movement to avoid and to stretch, and that there's, when it's guided from inside out, is to reach as opposed to stretch. I don't know. It was the first time I heard about it, and I just wondered if you'd heard anything about it.
Well, we use that in yoga, actually. Lengthening, reaching, feeling like you're reaching towards something. Yeah, so we don't necessarily say the word stretch, but
yeah, elongating is what
elongating,
coming from inside out. Yeah.
So it's interesting that just I had never thought before about the difference between that stretch and.
Well, I think it has a lot like hear the way you just said that.
Yeah.
Like if you tell somebody to stretch, it's going to be really different than reach. Wow. You know, it's a lot in the way people say things too.
Yeah, I guess it's how you even.
Yeah.
You really see that in the yoga class. You know, whenever it says stretch in a yoga class, they always say elongate, lengthen,
right,
apart. Nobody says stretch to to the floor or stretch to the sky.
Yeah, they don't use that a whole lot. One of the reasons why I think, I don't know what your opinion might be, Amanda. So I'm a real stretchy person, so I can overstretch.
Yeah, that's a big thing for people who are super hyper mobile and hyper flexible. It's not about getting the most length or the most stretch. You have to feel where there's like tension, that moment of tension. And for someone like you, super bendy, you could fold all the way over, but that's not the point of the pose or the asana.
Yeah, so I won't necessarily, like if I'm going down forward to something, I'll try to keep a straight back and find length, as opposed to just having my nose on my knees and looking like this.
Yeah, because that can be really easy for you or for other people. But if you do it, you know, with the navel going forward or with the back straight, it, you know, engages different muscles.
And it's more effective, and that's what the pose is really supposed to be.
Right.
A lot of people that love yoga usually, I mean, if you walk into a yoga teacher certification, for the most part, you have this whole group of people that are hypermobile.
Yeah, a lot of dancers, everyone. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or just people that were more hypermobile.
Right.
And what's the physiological difference between people who are hypermobile and people who are not?
It has to do with the muscle fibers, the type of muscle fibers that they have. And some people were made up of fast twitch and short twitch muscles. It just basically comes down to muscles. Now,
is it genetic? It's just genetic.
Yeah. I mean, you'll see babies that can just. In babies, you'll notice you'll see a baby and they can just chew on their feet and plop their feet over their ears, and then you'll see another baby and they're not as bendy. I always suspected that all babies could get their feet to their ears. Leo, can your baby get her feet to her ears?
Well, it's yes, she can, but it's true because a friend of ours got a baby 1.5 months later, and she's not as bendy at all.
Yeah, and I was really surprised. I thought all babies just were bendy like that because I didn't have children, but my sister had 2 babies and they were real bendy babies. But she's a dancer and she's hypermobile, so I assumed they were all like that. And then I've seen other babies that aren't like that at all. I hear a baby. Is that yours, Leo?
Yes, she woke up. I don't know what's going on.
She heard us talking about her. That's why she heard us.
Well, let me say goodnight to some of you, and I will see you in the morning. Wear your yoga clothes tomorrow, and we're going to start playing more with sounding and yoga and all sorts of things. So yeah, and I am a writer, so I tend to write down all the exercises that I teach. So
thank you so much.
Love to all you guys. Thank you for your attention and
thank you.
Good afternoon, Heather. See you in the morning.
I'll see you in the morning, Amanda.
And tomorrow we need a strap and.
No, not that we're going to do the strap another weekend. So tomorrow, just bring yourselves, bring your yoga mat, bring your clothes. We're doing mostly four, I can't speak today, floor poses. And we're doing mostly floor poses. Tara will be with us. Tara is phenomenal. She's an acupuncturist. And she has been a yoga therapist for a long time. She was raised in yoga as well. She was actually born in a place called Findhorn in Scotland, and her parents were yogis, and so she's just phenomenal, very sweet as well as one of my students. And I'm her student. She's my student. We're each other's students. She started as my singing student, and that's how we met. And yeah, and she's amazing. Any kind of yoga question you have about anything, she has the answers. And Amanda, you want to hang on for a minute?
Can I ask somebody, because I wanted to do it with my daughter does yoga, and I have a 4-year-old that does yoga, but I wanted to tell him about, he was saying the clapping that actually calm you down. And then there was
that before.
There was another one. Does somebody remember what the other?
Oh, the pressing on the ring finger.
Ah.
You have to try that with your baby. I'm curious about that, Leo.
Try that. Yeah.
So you just.
Yeah, you know the thing about these, they're acupressure points. When you have the right point, it'll feel a little tender. You'll be like, oh yeah, I feel that. Same thing with the one for the in here. If you press and you find a little bit of a tenderness, you know you're on the right place. So everybody schlaft gut. That's all I know how to say in German, one of the few things. Dol bien. And let's see, any other questions or anything? Amanda, hang on for a second, okay?
You.
Well, I had one more question. Well, actually for Surendra, but I didn't have the time to ask. I just had heard once that we changed the breathing per nostril like every 2 hours or something. That the breathing goes
It can
from.
be even, yeah, it can be even less.
Ah, okay.
Constantly changing, so it's super fun to check all day long. Like right now, I'm right nostril dominant.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
And usually, you're gonna have to switch back to left nostril to go to sleep. The Ida is also the moon. It symbolizes the moon, and the Pingala symbolizes the sun. And that always helps me with the energy. One is the nighttime, one is daytime. Although this morning I was still sleepy, so definitely I was more left nostril dominant. And I will close one nostril and just breathe. If I'm sleepy, I'll just breathe through the right nostril.
Yeah, yeah. But it's not necessarily important to try to have both of them active always or something.
It's not the way we really are.
Okay.
So the interesting thing to know about breath is not rhythmic in life. It's just not. That's where yoga comes in. Our breath is all over the place. Sometimes we hold it, sometimes it's shallow, sometimes it's deep, sometimes it's middle of the body. And the same thing with which nadi is, which are the main meridians, which one is stimulated. It changes anywhere from 20 minutes a day to every 2 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. I've heard some schools say every 20 minutes.
Okay.
So this is interesting. This is the beauty of yoga because we are living in, as Catherine Fitzmaurice, our Fitzmaurice teacher, says, is chaos. We're living in a world of chaos in a lot of ways, especially now, right? How's you guys' COVID going? Are you guys how much open are you guys, Leo and Carolina?
We are very open.
Really?
Yes. In France, we still use the mask, but in Poland, no.
Oh, I heard.
My mother, she said, yeah, I will burn up, but this is linked with government.
Right.
Yeah, that wanted to push people to vote for, we have election. And this is about being in democracy or not. So this government, which is not democratic, decided to allow people not using masks.
The Democrats are, or the non-Democrats?
They are not, no. They are strict Catholic, very religious,
and they
close-minded.
They say no masks?
Yeah, they are telling people that there is no issue with, like your president.
Our president. That's so weird. Like our president. And we're like just through like a huge amount of people.
I know, and there is still so many in Poland. There is the coronavirus. There is still there.
Yeah, everywhere.
It's not like in France that it's calming down. In Poland, no, and they are not using even masks. But
Wow.
Yeah.
I heard a friend of mine in Brittany said that it's coming back up in France, so that they might close you guys back up.
In some parts of Europe, there's a lockdown is happening again. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Belgium I haven't been following the news, but we've been out of the lockdown since quite a while, actually. And I mean, the shops reopened. Can't even remember when. It's already quite a long time ago.
Wow.
So, I mean, we can basically do most things we want. I mean, like people go to bars and restaurants. Of course, there's precautions everywhere, and you can have bubbles up to 15 people. I think you can see like 15 people a day.
Yeah.
I should look it up. I'm not following it, but I mean, actually, the lockdown was a blessing for us. We just had more time with our baby, and so I mean, we could continue our jobs. Luckily, so we were very lucky in that respect. Yeah.
In California, they just closed. Let's see. They closed. Well, the bars. I don't know if the bars only opened up outside.
Say LA.
And they didn't open like you could sit outside. You couldn't sit inside. I think the restaurants are all closed again, except for outside service.
I'm 69 and my husband's 76, and he has a heart condition. So we basically haven't been out of our house and yard since March 13th, and we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and we're all.
What state are you in? What state?
I'm in LA.
Oh, you're not. Oh, yeah, right.
We're all supposed to wear masks all the time, but people that are Trump supporters don't. Yeah, so it's a big mess out here. Laura, how about Vegas?
Our hospitals are they're like almost at capacity. My dad works in healthcare and he's been warning, so they shut the pubs back down last night at midnight was the last time you could go out and get a drink.
Wow. Be careful in your age group, Laura. My niece has the COVID. Went out to bars.
Luckily, I just moved here, so I haven't met anyone to go, socialize with yet.
Luckily or not luckily. Yeah.
Well, my oldest daughter was a third-year resident in New York City doing an emergency room rotation in March and April.
Yeah. That's terrible.
So she's very strict with us, telling us what we should do, not. Yeah.
Well, everybody be safe, be healthy, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
And also, if there's anything you want to learn, please let me know. Anything to do with the voice, breathing, and yoga.
Right. Thanks, Heather. Bye-bye.
Okay. Good night. Good.
Bye.
Enjoy. Bye.
Bye.